Hello, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We are getting back into James Holmes' psychiatric interviews tonight. We've spent hours listening to James Holmes explain his thoughts, beliefs, and state of mind. Tonight, in part 3, we're continuing that journey through his psychiatric interviews. As you watch, pay attention to the details that don't immediately stand out. Sometimes the most important clues aren't the answers themselves, but the questions being asked and what they reveal. Let's follow the paper trail. In part 2, we covered his depression and suicidal thoughts. Holmes discussed a long history of depression. He describes feeling disconnected from other people and struggling with hopelessness. The conversation explores how his thinking evolved from primarily suicidal thoughts into harming others. Social isolation. Holmes repeatedly described himself as socially awkward and withdrawn. He talks about difficulty connecting with others and feeling detached from normal society or social interactions. Reed, which is the psychologist, spends time exploring Holmes' relationships, daily life, and ability to function socially. The value of life belief system, one of the most important sections involves Holmes explaining ideas he developed about human value and worth. He describes a personal belief system where killing could theoretically increase one's value. Reed presses him on how those ideas formed and whether he truly believed them. Throughout the interviews, Holmes appears calm, monotone, and emotionally restricted. He answers questions with a little outward emotion and even discussing serious topics. A recurring question in the trial was whether this reflected mental illness, medication effects, personality traits, or some combination of factors. Reed attempts to determine whether Holmes understood right from wrong and whether his actions were driven by psychosis. Holmes discusses unusual thoughts, paranoia, and beliefs he had before the shooting. The broader evaluation ultimately led Reed to conclude Holmes was mentally ill but legally sane. So, we will be digging into part 3 of these interviews. The following is one of 5 conducted by a psychiatrist with James Holmes 2 years after the mass shooting at Century 16 Movie Theater in Aurora, Colorado, during a midnight screening of the film The Dark Knight Rises. This one is 5 hours long as well, so I will be letting it play for the most part because it is so lengthy. But if anybody has any type of questions or anything, I will answer them in the comments. And if anybody, wants me to give a more detailed explanation, then I'll definitely pause the interview because it's not a big deal. We will it's 5 hours, but I will speed it up a little. So we'll probably get it done in like 4.5. I hope you guys enjoy, and I appreciate all of you for hanging out with me. Let's get into it.
Okay, good morning.
I'll win again.
That's all right. We've already had a busy morning. Have a seat. Let's see, we got some juice for you here. There we go. Well, you've already seen Dr. Gray this morning for some more testing, right?
Yep.
That went okay or no? How'd it go?
Fairly well.
Fairly well. Okay. Any questions or anything about the things that we've talked about so far, or anything that you want to add to what we've talked about in the last couple of days?
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a strange thing. I'm going to ask if you see any differences between the way I'm dressed today and the way I was dressed yesterday.
Same bow tie, same jacket, got some sort of pin on.
Okay. Was the pin there yesterday as well?
Oh, you had cowboy boots yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, the pin was there yesterday, I think.
Okay. Any other differences? Any differences, I guess? You mentioned the cowboy boots are not here today.
That's about it.
Okay. All righty. I'd like to start this morning with something that folks are calling your notebook. I'm not sure what you call it, but it's the computation book for the course of life.
Right.
You remember
Yeah, I
that?
just called it the notebook.
Okay, the notebook. All right. I'd like to go through it a little bit and ask you to explain some things in it to me, would you?
Okay.
Okay. First of all, over what period of time do you recall that you created the things in the notebook?
I think it was over June and July.
So you started it about June of 2012,
Right.
within a couple of months of the shootings, or less than a couple of months of the
Yeah,
shootings.
within 2 months.
Okay. Can you tell me why you created that notebook? You remember? If you remember.
To educate the psychiatrist, Fenton. So something like this won't happen again.
Was there any other purpose to creating the notebook besides educating the psychiatrist?
Well, if I died, it would have kind of told my story.
Okay. You're not saying, and I'll ask you if it's true, you're not saying that you did it for a personal reason, as one might write a diary or a journal, just to kind of get things out, or for something inside you. Is that accurate?
No, I think it was because I have trouble communicating very clearly, so I kind of wrote it down as a way to get it out.
As a way to get it out. From the beginning, did you assume or intend that other people would see it?
I intended my psychiatrist to see it.
Okay. And that would be Dr. Fenton,
And
as contrasted.
Feinstein.
How about Ms. Roth?
She was only doing the introductory interview, so no.
Yeah. She just did the one screening session or evaluation. What did you think that Dr. Fenton or Dr. Feinstein would think about it or perceive from your notebook?
I don't know how they would take it.
Did you have any thoughts at that time about how they might take it or what they might think or feel as they got it and read it?
No, I didn't put myself in their shoes.
Looking back now, how do you think they might have taken it or perceived it?
They might have perceived it as useful diagnostic tool or something.
Anything else?
They might have been surprised that there was all this stuff I didn't mention that I did mention in the notebook.
Okay. Such as?
The whole human capital kind of explanation of it.
Okay. And you go into that in some detail in the notebook.
Right.
And you also talk about in the notebook why you didn't bring it up, or at least a reason or two that you didn't bring it up in the sessions, as I recall.
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you think Dr. Fenton cared about you when you were in treatment with her?
Yes, but not very much.
Tell me what you mean by yes, but not very much.
Well, we usually had short sessions that were like 5, 10, 15 minutes long when we had a whole hour reserved for the appointment.
I didn't realize that. Tell me more about that. The sessions were shorter than scheduled or shorter than you thought were scheduled?
Shorter than, yeah.
Tell me more about how much time in the particular sessions do you remember spending?
I remember most of them were very brief. There wasn't much psychoanalysis. There wasn't much psychoanalysis.
Okay.
It was mostly, how are you feeling with the drugs? Is there anything we need to change with the medication type of thing?
And when you say brief, if you remember, what does that translate to roughly in minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay. Were there any sessions that were much longer than that you recall?
Well, the first one where she kind of got all the information, and the ones with Feinstein were longer than the ones with her alone.
Okay. So that's one part, at least, to your comment. She cared, but maybe not too much, or I don't remember your exact words. Anything else about how much she cared or didn't care so far as you could see at that time?
I think she was paying attention and doing her best.
Paying attention, doing her best. Is that what you said?
Yeah, in treatment.
Okay. Once again, I'm a little deaf.
Oh.
Do you think she paid attention to you as well as any of her patients, or, I mean, you can't really know.
I don't know about her other patients.
As you speculate, did you feel that you were being paid enough attention to as a patient?
Yes, but the treatment wasn't entirely effective, I could say.
Okay. How did you, I believe you mailed the notebook to her?
Yes.
Okay. Was that by U.S. mail? Or
Yeah,
FedEx?
USPS.
U.S. Okay. And when did you drop it in the mailbox, or how did you do that, and when did you do that?
This was something the media got wrong.
Okay.
They thought I did it a week in advance, but that's when I think bought the bubble envelope. So I did it on Thursday, the day of, I guess.
Okay. Then correct me if I'm wrong. Do you recall? Thursday was the 19th?
Was, yeah, the 19th.
And as we go into after midnight, we're on Friday the 20th.
Right.
Is that the way you remember it? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think she got it?
It got intercepted, and then like they put it through all these bomb testing and that kind of thing.
How do you know that?
Testimonials of the bomb experts and everything.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Did you think that having the knowledge of the notebook would change what Dr. Fenton or Dr. Feinstein did in the future? You said you thought it might be useful.
I don't know how they would change their procedures.
And forgive me if I'm not remembering. Do you mean you thought it would be useful with regard to understanding you, or with regard to understanding other people as well?
Me as well as other people.
As well as other people. Okay. That brings up a question in my mind of what do you think about any similarity? I'm not asking that very well. Do you think at the time that there were other people with thoughts and concerns and difficulties similar to yours?
Yes.
Okay. Were there a lot of those people as far as you knew or thought, or not very many?
No, a very low percentage of people.
Okay. Are you speaking now, or are you speaking what you thought at the time, or both?
Both.
Okay. Were there other people who had thoughts of and drives to kill other people? In
There
the
were, but I don't personally know them.
Okay. What's your impression of how many folks out there had similar thoughts and feelings, and you used the word obsession yesterday, similar to yours? What's your impression of roughly how many people were very similar?
Like 1 in 100,000.
Okay. We see a few people who kill lots of other people. Is there a reason you think that we don't see more of that then? 1 in 100,000 would mean there are roughly 10 in the Denver area.
A good law enforcement agency can stop most of them happening.
That leads me to ask, how is it that they didn't stop you?
I didn't fully reveal my full plans.
Okay. Thank you. Let me turn to the book itself now. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to go through some of the pages and kind of show them to you. One of the things I'm real interested in is the symbol. This symbol.
Right.
You have it on the wall of your cell.
Yeah.
And I see it in other places in the notebook, etc. Can you tell me about the symbol?
It's a symbol I call the ultraception, and it's just that any problem can be solved with death.
Okay. I'll hold it up a little bit so the camera sees it. Ultraception. Any problem can be solved with death. Are there parts of the symbol that illustrate some of that principle or some of that thought?
Well, it's constructed from a 0, 1, and infinity overlapping.
Okay.
And it's kind of anthropomorphic. It's just kind of like a face.
I have not noticed that, but it is sort of like a face. What do you see in the face? I'm curious.
That just kind of personifies it and gives it like human characteristics. So it's applicable to human.
Okay. So all humans, or is there some kind of human in that face? Some kind of person?
Abnormal human.
An abnormal person?
Yeah.
You?
Like a mentally ill person.
Can you say more about that? And does that have a relationship to the concept of ultraception?
No, there's not much more to see.
Okay. So the circle is actually a 0?
Yeah.
Okay. In the one that's on the wall of your cell, there's a little shading at the edges and a little peripheral stuff. Is that relevant to the symbol, or is that just decoration of the central symbol?
That's kind of like a frame.
Okay. There's lots of stuff on this page. Can you give me an idea of what some of the things mean?
That's the kind of human capital idea of placing values on human beings.
Okay.
So I give them an arbitrary value of 1 if they're alive, and 0 when they're dead. And then they either add up or they subtract to a person's value when there's when they die from a murderer.
When they die from a murderer. How about when they die in other ways?
Well, then their value goes to 0 because they're no longer alive.
In this system, if they die in some other way, does their value disappear or does it accrue to someone else?
It disappears.
So the only way, and again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, the only way it accrues to somebody else is if they're murdered and it accrues to the person who killed them.
Right.
Is that accurate?
Yeah.
What if a person kills them accidentally?
It would still be transferred.
Still be transferred?
Yeah.
Okay. Do the characteristics of the person matter? Successful, not successful, big, small, young, old, male, female?
It depends on if you want it to or not. Like you could say a millionaire was more important than a homeless person. But I just attribute it to an intrinsic value of this person is worth 1 value.
Within the theater, you attribute a value of 1 to each person who was killed, and thus you're now at 13.
Right.
Is that what? That's what you said yesterday? Okay.
Yeah.
At the time, if you knew that one of the people killed was a millionaire, would you have given that person a value greater than 1 and assimilated more than 1 for that person?
No, I just left it as 1.
Okay. Is that your decision, or is that the way you perceive the value in the universe, or what?
It's just the way I imagined it.
You use the word imagine.
Right. Or thought of it. Like.
Okay. Any difference between the value of men and women?
No.
Do you happen to know how many men were killed, how many women were killed?
No, I don't know.
I'm sorry?
I don't know the ratios.
Did you make any attempt to shoot certain kinds of people, men, women, big, small?
No, just people in the theater.
Okay. There are a couple of pages about your self-diagnosis.
Right.
In the notebook. And we've talked a little bit about that, and you've talked with other people about that. You've come up with a whole lot of things. Where mostly did you get the diagnoses, the names, and the criteria for making those diagnoses in yourself?
Just surfing the web.
Surfing. Any particular websites useful to you, less useful to you?
None that stand out in my mind.
Okay. Any You don't remember any particular website that you
No.
went to that had some of these things? Did they tend to be scientific websites or websites with great credibility, or was it just kind of a Google search?
Yeah, it's just Google search.
Okay. Tell me about dysphoric mania. That comes up a lot in your discussion of yourself.
I thought I had dysphoric mania, so I thought I was going manic sometimes and then depressed other times.
Okay. Do you still believe that, or that's the way you thought then and you believe differently now?
That's the way I thought then. Now I kind of believe it was more just depression and then normal. So I attributed manic phases as less depressed.
Okay. You mentioned anxiety disorders. You mentioned chronic PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. How would that apply to you?
Yeah, I don't know of an event that would have caused it. I just meant it as stress.
Okay. And you talk about Asperger's syndrome and autism-like things. Can you tell me what you were thinking about back then about Asperger and autism syndromes?
Well, what I know from Asperger's is it usually causes social dysfunction. Autism is kind of very focused in some areas.
And how did those apply to you?
Well, I thought I was socially dysfunctional.
Do you still think you were socially dysfunctional?
Around groups, I didn't know, but around friends, yes, I wasn't.
Okay. You mentioned ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. How might that have applied to you as you were thinking 26 months ago, 25 months ago?
Just that I couldn't get my mind to concentrate as well as I usually did.
I think you mentioned here in the notebook that you couldn't focus for more than 15 minutes. Do you recall that?
No, I don't, but it sounds like something I would write.
Okay. I remember somebody saying years ago, and it stuck in my mind, that almost nobody can truly focus on something for 15 minutes.
Is that true? Okay.
It stuck in my mind anyway. That really concentrating hard on something is a matter of a few minutes for the best of us.
Okay, so maybe I didn't have ADHD.
Okay. Schizophrenia, how might that have applied to you as you were thinking 25 months ago?
Well, I was paranoid, and then I thought somebody was following me, or the FBI was onto me.
We talked about that a little bit, but not in detail. Can you tell me what you saw or heard or thought you saw or heard back in May, June, July of 2012 that made you think you were being followed?
Well, it just said I would see more police cars than I would used to.
Okay. And in your mind then, what did that translate to you? Can you go into a little more detail about how you were thinking then?
That maybe they knew what I was doing.
And how might they have known what you were doing?
I don't know that part. I don't know how they would have known. I just thought they did know.
Why do you suppose somebody doing what you were doing at that time might develop a thought that somebody knows, somebody's watching, somebody is surveilling me while I do this?
I think it's to be more careful of not getting caught.
Not getting caught? Any other reason that a person might have those thoughts of somebody knows? Gotta be careful. The cops know somehow.
If it was delusional, maybe.
What do you mean by delusion?
Not based on reality.
Okay. Anything else that defines delusional for you as you were thinking then?
No.
Okay. One of the things that comes to my mind is that people who are doing something and feeling guilty about it at some level, conscious, unconscious, often have the thought that someone else knows, or think a lot about somebody knowing or figuring it out or knowing what I'm doing because what I'm doing is wrong. Does that ring a bell at all with the way you thought back then?
No, rightness and wrongness didn't come into play.
Okay. How about now, looking back, do you think that the thought that the cops know and there are more police cars than usual, do You think that might have had to do with some feeling that you were doing something wrong, looking back on it?
Could be.
Is there anything else in the could be?
No.
Okay. Body dysmorphic disorder. Tell me about body dysmorphic disorder.
Oh, I wasn't happy that I had poor vision and bad sinuses. Unhappy with my hair, that kind of thing.
Get bad sinus. Were you taking medication for your sinuses?
No.
So you were unhappy with those things. How much did you worry about them or focus on them at the time?
Not that much.
Check yourself in the mirror, how you looked.
Yeah. I'd say most people do that anyway.
You were concerned about how often you checked yourself in the mirror.
Yeah, I did a lot.
And you thought in the notebook anyway that was too much for some reason. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Then you've got a whole list of personality disorders: borderline, narcissistic, anxious, avoidant, obsessive compulsive, and chronic insomnia. Are you having trouble sleeping?
Yeah.
I do recall your mention of that. Tell me about the insomnia and the getting to sleep during those.
I would just toss and turn before trying to get to sleep. You couldn't get to sleep right away.
Do you remember thoughts that you would have as you would try to get to sleep? It was a long time ago.
No, I don't.
Do you still have trouble getting to sleep, trying to get to sleep?
Well, I sleep so much now that I usually stay awake, kind of restless at night.
And you have the word psychosis. What does psychosis translate to 25 months ago?
I don't remember.
Really?
Yeah.
What does it translate to today for you? What do you mean by psychosis? Or when I say psychosis, what does that mean to you?
I don't have a definition of it.
A rough definition?
Psychotic in some way.
What does psychotic mean?
Abnormal.
Anything else besides just abnormal?
Delusional.
And you already said delusions had to do with believing things that weren't true. Is that pretty much what you said?
Believing things that didn't have a basis in reality.
Okay. Trichotillomania.
Hair pulling. I had that. I still have that.
When did you first start, that you recall, pulling out your hair, what you think is more than average?
Early high school.
And how much hair pulling did you do?
I don't know how to quantify it. Just enough not to be noticed, but not too much.
At what point does that turn into trichotillomania, so far as you know? How much hair pulling do you have to do to be?
Like every day, basically.
Okay. Adjustment disorder, pain disorder. Pain. What sort of pain, may I ask?
I don't remember.
Physical pain, emotional pain?
I don't remember even that much.
Okay. Restless leg syndrome.
Yeah, I have that.
What was that like?
That was part of the trouble getting to sleep. My legs were kind of,
Can you describe that?
my legs would kind of twitch without me moving any muscle.
Looking back on it, do you think those were realistic potential diagnoses? Or do you think it was overkill or underkill? I don't know what that sound was.
Medical emergency, Edward 2. Medical emergency, Edward 2.
So looking back, what was the realistic applicability of that list of diagnoses to you in May, June, July of 2012?
They were just thoughts I had. And from the research I did online.
And looking back now, was any of them particularly accurate?
I don't know. I thought they were accurate at the time.
At the time? And looking back though, now, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think I had autism or some of the other ones.
Any ones that you think you did have?
Schizophrenia, obsessive compulsive disorder, social anxiety.
Okay. What are the characteristics that you look back on now that make you believe or think there's a strong possibility that you had schizophrenia then?
I don't know how to answer that.
And maybe it was a confusing question. Looking back with what you know now, and you said that there's a fair potential that you had schizophrenia. What symptoms or signs do you see now in yourself at that time? I don't mean in yourself now, I mean in yourself at that time.
Just kind of delusions of grandeur, a bit of paranoia.
You mentioned the paranoia before. And how about the delusions of grandeur? What do you mean by that? And can you explain that to me in terms of the way you work?
That I could be worth more by doing it.
Okay. Do you still have that thought? You said yesterday. Do you still have that thought?
Yeah.
Is it stronger or less strong or about the same now?
It's pretty much the same
as you recall it being back then.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other things that make you think that you had schizophrenia at the time?
I was seeing weird shadows.
Tell me about that.
Well, I'd be in lab and there'd be like a flickering in my peripheral vision, and then there'd be like shadows moving with nothing causing them.
People see things in their peripheral vision from time to time. It may or may not be abnormal. So can you describe to me a little bit more about it and why you believed it was abnormal at the time?
Just that nothing I saw that could have caused those shadows to move made them move. And that was in my frontal vision after I turned to see what the flickering was, kind of thing. So I could actually see shadows in front of me that were kind of dancing.
Straight on rather than in the peripheral, once you turned your head.
Right.
Okay. Tell me more about that. What did that look like?
Usually it looked like just the shape of a person, and maybe they were like jungling or doing something.
I'm sorry, like
juggling.
Juggling. Any thought about what that might have meant?
No.
Or what the figure might have been or represented?
I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it.
At the time, did you try to interpret the vision or figure out what it was? Vision wasn't your term, that was my term, I guess. Did you try to interpret the shadow or the shape?
I tried to make sense of it, but there was nothing.
What came to mind as you tried to make sense? In what way did you try to make sense of it?
I was trying to figure out why it was there.
What possibilities did you come up with?
Whether that I was seeing things or that something was making it.
So one possibility is you were seeing things, and one possibility is that
it really was.
It was there for some reason. What things might have put it there? In what? How might it have been real? I guess I'm asking. What are those possibilities?
I don't understand.
If you weren't seeing things,
right?
What was it? What was creating it?
See, I didn't notice anything that was creating it.
Did you have any thoughts about what might have been creating it?
No.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you ever saw shadows like that?
That was the first time.
Working in labs while you were in grad school?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember roughly whether it was close to or what month it was, or what class it was?
It was my third rotation.
So it would have been
So before I started buying weapons and then overlapping it.
Okay. Thank you for kind of locating that. Earlier in college, when you were living at home, in high school, things like that ever happened to you?
No.
Once it started happening, did it get more frequent or less frequent?
No, it was relatively infrequent.
Relatively infrequent. Did the experiences become more vivid or less vivid when they happened, or stay the same?
They stayed the same.
Okay. When you say infrequent, roughly how many times did it happen?
Before I was in jail.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Maybe once a week.
Okay. How about after you were in jail?
maybe 2 or 3 times a week.
In a similar fashion or in a different fashion?
Similar fashion.
When you saw these things before you were in jail, what was your reaction to them?
I don't know. I thought they were unusual.
Were you frightened of them, or delighted to see them, or curious about them, or what?
No, kind of apathetic towards them.
But it sounds like you tried to figure them out, or not.
Tried to figure out what was causing them.
And once again, what did you come up with as the best possibility or possibilities for what was causing?
Nothing was causing them, so I just kind of went with the flow.
Thoughts that they were beings from another dimension, or ghosts, or figments of your imagination, or reflections? Lots of things come to my mind, but I'm interested in what might have come to your mind.
I thought they were shadows.
Shadows.
Yeah.
Okay. You used the word apathetic. Did you attribute? Oh, have you seen them lately? Have you continued to see them?
Sometimes.
In the past month, have you seen them?
Yeah.
In a similar fashion to 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Do you recall what you were doing the last time you saw them?
Staring at a wall or ceiling. They form on flat surfaces.
Did they tend to form on flat surfaces earlier as well?
No, then it was on any surface.
Okay. Is it distressing to you to see them?
No, it doesn't bother me.
Are they particularly interested in you, or are they just there and you happen to see them while they're there?
I don't know how a shadow could be interested in me, so I guess they're just there and doing their own thing.
Are they doing anything malevolent or dangerous to you?
Not to me, no.
How about to anyone else, as far as you can tell, or as far as you feel?
To other shadows.
To other shadows. Tell me how that works, can you, or what the thought is about that they may be dangerous to other shadows?
Well, there's like shadows with axes and swords and like guns. They can be destroying other shadows.
And do you see the shadows with swords and guns and axes as you see them?
With shadow swords?
I'm sorry?
With shadow swords and axes.
Okay. You seem to be describing a two-dimensional phenomenon rather than a three-dimensional phenomenon.
Right, it's two-dimensional.
So the shadows that you would see, you can make out, I'll call it a silhouette of an axe or a sword or a gun. Is that accurate?
Yeah, sounds accurate.
You mentioned that real early when you saw him, one of the impressions was that it looked a little like somebody who was juggling.
Right.
How did that become shadows with weapons?
Well, it was juggling heads.
It was juggling heads?
Yeah.
Did you perceive that when you first saw it back in early 2012? That it was juggling heads?
Yeah, it was the same.
That seems frightening to me. It wasn't frightening to you?
Well, they're all shadows, so they can't do anything to you.
What might be throwing the shadow? You know what I mean?
That's what I kind of wanted to figure out. But there was nothing making the shadow. It was just kind of like kind of static points.
How long would they stick around once you saw them in your, correct me if I'm wrong, saw them in your peripheral vision, turned your head and saw them full on? And it sounds like sometimes they appeared full on.
As long as I focus on them. And then if I stop focusing on them, then it just became a wall again.
So that would be roughly how long in minutes?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you recall in 2012, before you were arrested, where you usually were when the shadows appeared?
In my bedroom, like looking at the ceiling.
Was it then when you were likely to be in bed or not necessarily?
When I was in bed, usually.
That suggests to me that you were going to sleep or trying to go to sleep or waking up or perhaps even asleep and dreaming at that time. Does that make sense or is that not accurate?
When I was restless, trying to get to sleep.
Okay. Were the lights on or off?
They were off.
After you were arrested and up to the present time, you described seeing them on a wall rather than the ceiling. Were you not in bed or not trying to sleep?
In jail or anytime.
Yeah.
I could see them on either wall or ceiling.
So you could be sitting up, perfectly alert, and a shadow might appear.
Yeah.
Can they appear when you bid them to appear?
Yeah.
Do you sometimes bid them to appear?
If I'm particularly bored, yeah.
I'm going to wait for that refrigerator sound to go away so I can hear you a little better. At least I think it'll go away. There we go. So you can cause them to appear.
I can cause that too.
You can, and sometimes when you're bored, you will.
Right.
So do they appear also unbidden nowadays?
Sometimes.
Speaking currently, the last few months, how often do they appear unbidden compared to appearing because you wish for them to appear because you're bored?
2 or 3 times a week.
What's the ratio of one to the other, roughly?
Mainly I make them appear more than they come on.
Now let's go back, if you will, to 2012, early 2012, mid 2012. Were you able to cause them to appear then, or no?
No, causing them to appear has only been since I've been in jail.
Okay. Once again, speaking today, I guess, where do you think they come from?
My own mind.
Sounds like a creative part of your mind. Sounds useful, actually. When you're bored, you bring them in. Does that make sense? It
Yeah.
sounds useful sometimes.
Yeah.
As you bring them into being, do they always have weapons, and axes and guns and swords? Or sometimes do they have other things?
Sometimes it's just their body. It's like breaking apart.
Breaking apart.
Like hands flying off or something.
Are there ever other things that they do or carry?
They spin around.
I'm sorry,
They spin around.
Spin around.
sometimes.
Excuse me. Do they ever do more entertaining things than
No.
the things you've described them as doing, or characteristics have all been having to do with violence in general, I guess. Hands flying off, swords, guns. Do they ever appear more benign, if you will?
Not really, no.
Okay. Anything else about them that I should know or that you want to tell me about?
No.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in the notebook a particular, among other things, a particular concern with your cock.
Yep.
With your penis, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about that. And cock was your word,
Right.
common word. Okay. Tell me about that.
I don't really want to share about that.
Okay. But it's another part of the body, like hands flying off, or
No.
you mentioned a traumatic experience. Let me see what you said. When you were a youngster, I think. Is it in this paragraph? Was there something that happened to your genitalia when you were very young, or when you were young?
No.
How do you see your genitalia? Normal, abnormal?
Small, I guess.
Do you think your penis is really small, or just you perceive it to be small?
Well, based on national averages, it's small.
Okay. May I ask how small?
Not that small.
Was that something that concerned you in early 2012?
Not really. No.
It was enough to write it down, among other things.
Right.
As a bullet point.
The body dysmorphic disorder.
Okay. A slab of skin was torn away. How did that happen?
I don't remember.
Really? You don't remember how it happened? Most guys remember when they have an injury to the penis. What happened?
I don't want to talk about it.
Did it involve someone else who hurt you or not?
No.
Okay. You mentioned on the same page that you have difficulty conveying the images that you see in your mind. And you and I have experienced that here.
Yeah.
You pictured something, and it's sometimes hard for you to describe the image or the video, as I sometimes call it. And you say it would be nice if there was some form of telepathy to transfer the image.
Right, to just speak through an image instead of having to use words.
Did you ever figure out how to do that?
I think the closest thing would be being able to draw, but I'm not a very good artist.
There are some drawings in the notebook. Do you draw other times, or are there other things that you draw?
No, I don't draw very much at all.
I don't recall being supplied with any drawings from you in the jail over the last couple of years. Is that accurate? Or?
Oh, yeah. I drew like a couple of pictures, but that's about it.
Where are those pictures?
They're in my jail bucket.
Okay, in the bucket. You don't have them up on the wall?
No.
You do have some other pictures up on the wall. You've got two wall places in your
blue
cell.
squares.
Two blue squares.
Yeah.
And one of them has pictures of lots of pretty women.
Mainly because those are the pictures I received in the mail early on.
Have you put up any new ones lately, or are those all from early on?
All my mail's been confiscated by lawyers. So I haven't gotten mail from supporters in like a year and a half.
Okay. And you've kept the pictures up on the wall, or have you taken some of them down? Or?
I just leave them up there.
Okay. Any particular reason, or just decoration, or what?
Something besides the monotony of white wall.
Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. What was your feeling, or what were your thoughts when you got that supportive mail, a lot of it having pictures enclosed, in the first few weeks or months that you were in jail?
I thought it was very kind of people to send their support.
Some of that mail was religious in nature, wanting to, the support was a religious support in nature, wanting you to believe in God in some way, as I recall. I've seen a little bit of
people
it.
would send Bible passages.
Okay. And did you appreciate that as well, or
I still thought it was a nice thing to do.
a nice thing to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Some folks sent cash for your commissary fund.
Yep.
Okay. That a nice thing to do?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. On the other square in your cell, there are fewer pictures, but a different kind of picture. Can you tell me about the other square?
They're mostly like landscape photos. It's like photos of Boulder, Colorado, one of like Switzerland or something, one of like a tiger.
There are a couple of photographs that are either of family or friends. Do you recall what those photographs
I
are?
have one photograph of my family up there. Yeah.
Who all is in the photograph?
My mom, my sister, my dad, and me.
And you? Okay. Any photographs of friends from before you were arrested?
Nope.
We talked a bit yesterday about the evolution, if you will, of your thoughts of killing, or your urges to kill, or the images that would come to mind of killing people. You've talked about early ones being abstract in the sense of the saws, as I recall, in the sense of the nuclear winter or the atomic bomb blast, right?
Right.
Here you talk about, in your notebook, the obsession to kill since I was a kid. Started pretty early, or is that not an accurate description?
Not the imaging.
I'm sorry, what?
Just having an obsession to kill was when I was a kid. I didn't necessarily have the imaging.
Tell me what you remember about that obsession to kill when you were a kid. We're talking about, I suppose, 10, or what age are we talking about?
Middle school.
Tell me about that obsession to kill and what it was like, what you were thinking at the time.
I don't remember what the obsession was exactly.
Any speculation about what it might have been like?
Just that I had a strong inner thoughts of killing people.
What were those people like? Were they doing something to you, or?
No, they're
Not.
just abstract humankind.
Okay. Did you put any identification on any of them?
No,
Relatives, friends, enemies,
no,
teachers?
No.
Bad guys on TV?
No.
Did you ever act out any of that in some way, drawing stuff or with your toys, playing cowboys and Indians? I'm not talking about actually killing people, but did that ever come out in any kind of, I'll call it symbolic behavior or something to get it out of you?
no,
No drawings of killings and things like that you can recall?
No.
Did you like to draw when you were a kid?
no.
Okay. Anybody like Mel ever ask you to draw stuff? Counselors sometimes
No, I
ask.
don't think he did.
Counselors sometimes ask kids to draw things. That makes me think of the concept of hating people or hating mankind. Was there a juxtaposition of that as well when you were in middle school?
Yeah, I didn't like mankind particularly.
Didn't like mankind as broccoli, as we were talking about, or didn't like them and wanted to kill them?
Wanting to kill them. So there wasn't any hate, but still wanted to kill them.
As you look back, you wanted to kill them, but it wasn't any hate. What's the context then of killing them?
What do you mean the context?
The purpose or the reason or the feeling, or
It just popped up. There wasn't any.
do you suppose there was hate or anger that you maybe weren't aware of as a kid?
No, because I didn't really have anything to be angry at.
Most kids are angry at something. For one thing, you can't do grown-up things. Most kids want to do grown-up things.
I was fine doing kid things.
Okay. Then you kind of mentioned an evolution of those thoughts. And you bring that evolution up to the thoughts of the mass murder at the movies. And then you note that the first obsession with an onset over 10 years ago. You've kind of talked about that. Always been on my mind. And your next couple of sentences are that it's broken. I tried to fix it, meaning your mind.
Right.
Were there other signs? Did you see the wanting to kill as a sign that your mind was broken, or were there other things that were signs that
That
your
was
mind?
why I figured it was broken.
Any other things lead you to think that your mind was broken?
Not being able to talk well.
Did you know any other kids that couldn't talk well?
Nope.
And there's a lot in here about overcoming fear. Overcoming fear of what comes to mind today about overcoming fear.
Of social situations.
There's much in the notebook about overcoming fear of more than social situations.
I don't recall what those were.
Fear of death, fear of the consequences of killing people. Those are two things that come up in the notebook.
Those are two things I didn't have a fear of.
You didn't have a fear of death or fear of the consequences.
Right.
Okay. Was that all along, or did that lack of fear happen at some point?
It happened once I started psychiatry with Fenton.
And you referred to that yesterday. You did. What about the psychiatry with Fenton had helped the fear to dissipate or go away, or made the fear go away?
I thought the drug sertraline helped reduce anxiety and fear.
It sounds a little like you're saying that if you hadn't had the medication, the shootings may never have taken place.
I'd say it's a possibility.
Can you flesh out that possibility and talk a little bit about that possibility?
Well, what else is there to say? I don't know.
You were thinking about killing lots of people.
Right.
Do you think you would have eventually done it, even if you hadn't had the medication?
Maybe not at that time period. Maybe later on in life.
Maybe later on. You have several pages of the word why. Why? Like,
Don't ask me why I wrote it. Okay.
well, it sounds like you were wondering greatly about something, maybe more than one thing.
Right.
What might you have been wondering greatly about?
I think it was those two questions in the beginning. What's the meaning of life and death?
Okay. Do you think it's unusual that a person would kind of anguish over the meaning of life and death?
I don't think it's unusual.
I don't even. Okay. Did it bother you? Do you recall it bothering you that you didn't know the meaning of life and death?
Yeah, because I wanted to know why.
Okay. Can you give me an idea of how much or the depth of how it bothered you?
Oh, it's something I mulled over for a long time.
Of course, those topics, many people mull them over a lot. How much did that affect your life, not knowing them or mulling them over? Excuse me.
Enough that I would put them in the notebook to ask them to define that.
That you put them in the notebook that you anticipated the doctors seeing. Am I right? Okay. When you started the notebook, when did you think the doctors would see it?
After the shooting.
Did you think that they might see it at some other time, that you might take it to them, or?
No.
So correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that when you started the notebook, the shooting plan was in place and the mailing the notebook to them around that time was within that plan. Is that right?
That I planned to have them see the notebook after the shooting.
How did you think they would get the notebook? Were you already thinking of mailing it, or might there have been other ways?
Yeah, they get it through the mail.
Okay. Because one of the things that you note in here is the 99% certainty of being caught. So mailing it is the way to get it to them. Is that?
Yeah.
That seems like it to me. Anyway.
Duress in the gym, Duress in the gym.
On one of the pages of the notebook, you're talking about target and method and serial murder and things like that. You
I don't know
mentioned
why I chose mass murder over doing something like a serial killing.
Tell me why.
Because it was impersonal. It was something I could actually do.
And your words in the notebook, and you put an X beside several possible methods, then a check mark beside mass murder / spree. Maximum casualties, easily performed with firearms, although primitive in nature. No fear of consequences. Being caught 99% certain.
Right.
Okay. At the top of that page where you talk about the targets, you say the targets are random, and you underline that 3 times.
Okay.
You've talked about the impersonalness of the targets.
That's basically randomness.
Okay. You write beside that, the cruel twists of fate are unkind to the misfortunate. It sounds like you're saying there is cruelty involved, even though the people are random or impersonal to you.
I was more going for the people who were shocked were misfortunate because there are like thousands of theaters and seats, and they were in the wrong one at the wrong time.
And that would be the cruel twist of fate that they happen to be in that seat at that time. Okay. I'm looking now at the page where you have some stuff drawn out, the location of the movie, the police department. You mentioned the ETA response time, about 3 minutes, which I think you mentioned yesterday. Then there's some things about the shrinks, Mel, Margaret Roth, Lynn Fenton, Robert Feinstein. We talked a little yesterday about you and the family in the counseling sessions with Mel. It was a long time ago.
Right.
So maybe things aren't remembered exactly right. I understand.
Okay.
In this, you say that you revealed nothing as to not appear weak amongst the family.
I didn't want my family to know that I was sick.
Tell me about not wanting them to know you were sick. Why not? What's in that?
I don't know.
What happens if the family knows you're sick?
Then it's bad.
In what way? What happens?
I don't know.
What might happen?
I didn't think that through.
I think part of you did think that through. Because you did something to prevent it from happening.
Right.
We vote with your feet. We vote with our feet. So I'm looking at your behavior and saying something drove that behavior, whether you're able today to put it into words or not, or maybe you weren't able to put it into words back then either. Had your dogs died before or after you went to see Mel? Do you remember?
Years before.
Years before. What happened to the dogs when they got sick?
They got down. I didn't make that connection back then. Okay.
Pulling back from the drastic connection of I'm going to be put down, which I don't think was conscious in your mind at all. What does being sick mean in a family? What happens to
that you're a burden.
Okay, a burden. And what happens when a kid is a burden?
He's disliked.
Disliked.
Yeah.
How do you feel as you say that?
Not so great.
What do you mean? Tell me more. How do you feel as you say that when you're a burden, you're disliked, and you're a little kid back then?
What's something you want to avoid?
You feeling anything as you think about that?
Nope.
Okay. You mentioned the scraping of your wrist with the cardboard. You don't mention the cardboard here, but you use the word parasuicide, another one of those psychobabble words that I try to avoid. But you explained well yesterday what you did in the back of the van with the cardboard.
Yeah.
You said yesterday that nobody ever knew about it.
I think I said my mom noticed.
And in your notebook, you say your mom noticed and asked what happened. You said it was a paper cut, and she didn't investigate further. So she noticed that there were scratches or abrasions or something. but didn't know the context of those. Is that right?
Right.
Okay. And you didn't tell him because?
It's showing weakness again.
We talked a minute ago about being sick within the family. How about being weak within the family? How does your family treat weakness in little kids? Or better yet, what did the little kid think or feel that the family would do with a weak kid?
I guess punish them,
What comes to mind?
like spanking or something.
Anything else?
Nope.
Did you ever get spanked much as a kid?
Yeah,
What was the main way you were disciplined?
spanking.
How often would that happen? And
I don't remember.
as you look back on
As
it,
little, yeah.
every day or not very
Not
often?
that much. Once a month maybe.
What might you do that would get you a spanking?
I don't remember what earned me the spanking.
Do you remember the worst thing you did that got you a spanking?
No,
Do you remember the worst spanking, or do you remember a really
I
bad
remember.
spanking?
Yeah.
Tell me about the spanking.
Well, they took me outside and spanked me in the front yard of the
With hand, with switch, belt,
hand,
pants up, pants down.
pants down,
I'm sorry,
pants down.
pants down. Okay. For how long? Must have.
I
That's
don't remember.
going to be real hard to estimate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well over 20 years later, isn't it? Yeah.
Okay.
But you remember it was outside. Pants down. Was anybody else there? Anybody see it?
Not that I know of.
Do you remember what prompted the spanking?
No, misbehavior.
Like what?
I don't remember.
Yeah, thoughts of killing and hating mankind that were kind of vague back then. You said that you didn't carry out any symbolic or representative things of that. You didn't kill anybody when you were a little kid. Did you ever kill animals, insects?
One time I lined up a bunch of snails on the street for where the bus goes, and it made a big slimy track.
And the bus hit the snails?
Yeah.
Okay. Was it just you, or was it you and your friends?
Yeah.
You and your friends. Okay. Anything else like that?
Magnifying glass to ants.
That was exactly what I was thinking of. That's a common thing for little kids to do.
Yeah.
Okay. How about with mice or cats or dogs?
No, nothing with like sentient animals.
Okay. The paragraph in which you talk about your mother noticing the cut on your wrist, but not investigating it. The next sentence is clean bill of health. I assume you mean she didn't think anything was wrong. The next sentence is decided to dedicate life to killing others so that I could live.
That goes back to the transferring suicidal thoughts to homicidal.
Okay. And that was when you were, give or take, 12? Am I remembering that?
14 maybe. I'm not
14?
sure though.
Okay. The juxtaposition of those sentences then is not coincidental. The cuts on your wrist had to do with, at least in the mind of a little kid, dying. Yep. And even at that point, the next sentence that you wrote, remembering that when you were making the notebook, was dedicating your life to killing others so that you could live. One of the things one thinks about when you think of killing others so that you can live is killing things that are threatening you. A mugger's threatening my life, so I killed a mugger.
Okay.
Defensive sort of a thing. Or the Germans are overrunning
Okay.
Italy, so we kill the Germans. World War II. That's not the way you described your thoughts of killing others, but it's what comes to my mind. Is there anything in the killing others so that you can live that sounds at all like the other people are threatening me and I kill them so that I won't be killed or so that my life won't be interfered with?
Well, I felt threatened being around other people.
The context that you talked about that the last couple of days has been a social context, socially threatened.
Right.
Is there other threat that comes to mind right now about any time in your life, really?
No physical threats or anything.
People that you need to eliminate so that you can live, or that you need to eliminate so that you can carry on your own life.
Right.
Well, those are my phrases, but I'm asking if they are a part of or similar to something in your life. People you have to eliminate so that you can live, or eliminate so that you can carry on your life.
Yeah, that was one of my reasons for killing.
Tell me what the context is that you're thinking of, because I don't want it to be my thoughts and words. I want it to be yours.
I don't know how.
What were other people doing or likely to do or you thought they were doing?
It wasn't anyone in particular. It was just
Then what were
people.
People doing?
Um,
How were they keeping you from living or carrying on your life?
I don't know.
You just said there was a piece of that anyway in your thoughts about killing and your reasons for killing.
Right.
So somewhere in there, or somewhere in there, there's more hint about it anyway. Can you look for that?
Nothing's coming to mind.
Let's let that percolate just a minute. People endangering you, people that need eliminating so that you can live or so that you can carry on your life the way you want to.
What about it?
What do you see in your mind as I say that?
I don't see anything.
We're getting to the last part of the notebook. I think you're talking about being with Fenton. No fear of consequences. Primary drive, reversion to hatred of mankind. Intense aversion of people. Can you flesh that out a little bit to me?
That's what I meant by hatred of mankind. Is they have an intense aversion to being around people.
That's not quite what you said. This says intense aversion of people. It doesn't say intense aversion of being around people, which is the more accurate as of July of 2012.
I don't see the difference of being around people and aversion of people.
I do. I see a difference. One may be a subset of the other. But if the intense aversion or the hatred just has to do with being around them, there are ways to not be around people.
Not really. It's a social society. Any type of work, you're going to usually have to interact with people.
So the answer to that is what?
I consider them both being the same thing.
Okay. And the answer to that aversion for you was to kill.
Was killing. Yeah.
Was killing. Okay. But you couldn't kill them all. All the people that.
Right. It would be unrealistic to be able to kill everyone in the world.
The end result of that thus far has been that you're arrested, you're in jail, and you're not around very many people.
Right.
Do you think that's one of the things that you thought about?
I think it factored into play.
I'm sorry?
I think it factored into play.
Tell me about it factoring in.
Well, I knew they wouldn't let me, if they locked me up, I wouldn't be around people most of the time.
How did you know they would isolate you? Most people in jails and prisons aren't isolated.
Because I killed so many.
If you were to go to prison, do you think you'd still be isolated, or do you think you'd be in the general population?
I think I'd still be isolated.
Why do you suppose they would isolate you? Because there are lots of people in prisons that kill people.
That's a question for their classifications experts. Look at the personality of a person and their demeanor, and then they assign them to a pod for isolation.
But most are not assigned to pods for isolation. Most are assigned to general population.
And I'm not like most criminals.
Is it that you're more dangerous, so they have to isolate you? Or you're more vulnerable, so they have to isolate you? Or something else?
I'd say it was both reasons.
Which is the larger reason, do you think?
Vulnerable.
How much of the dangerous is a reason? Tell me about the dangerous being part of it.
Well, if I killed somebody, then there's a likelihood that I would kill again.
Do you think there's a likelihood that you'll kill again?
I think they're doing everything in their power to make that unlikely.
They're doing everything in their power to make it unlikely. Given the opportunity and the means, I suppose, the way they talk about it. Should they be worried about you?
I'd say so, yeah.
That reminds me of the picture that you took. Part of the way that you appeared and the way that you wanted to appear, I think, was dangerous. The picture of you holding the gun, the picture of you in the armor, etc.
Yeah.
A dangerous guy. How does it feel to be a dangerous guy?
Isolated and alone.
That's interesting. One of the feelings about being a dangerous guy is that you're isolated and alone. Anything else about the feelings that a dangerous guy has, or how it feels to be a dangerous guy?
Just that it's hard to trust people.
Hard for you to trust people?
Yeah.
How's that?
Well, I figure most people could be dangerous towards me as well.
Okay. Why would the most people be dangerous toward you?
Because I've been dangerous.
So they're dangerous or want to hurt you because...
They get even, maybe.
Okay. Or revenge on you. Any other reasons that they might want to hurt you?
No, not that I know.
Okay. How about to protect themselves from you?
Because that sounds possible, yeah.
Does it come to mind, or is that coming out of my mind tonight?
It's coming out of your mind.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You jot down that you, when you were seeing, I think this is referring to you seeing Dr. Fenton, et cetera, or et al., that you prevented building a false sense of rapport.
I didn't feel rapport between me and Fenton.
Okay.
And I knew it was an artificial relationship. But she's paid and everything.
So does this refer to you're preventing the building of rapport or something else?
I'm not preventing it. I'm recognizing that it's just an artificial relationship.
Okay. Doctor-patient, therapist-patient.
Yeah.
That's created for some purpose other than
So like
buddy-buddy.
be a friend or whatever. Right?
Okay. The implication here is that you, or that the sentence reads, prevent building false sense of rapport. The implication is...
I need to go out of my way to build rapport.
Okay. The next sentence is speak truthfully and deflect incriminating questions.
All right, so I wanted to keep my plan secret.
But at the same time, speak truthfully.
Right, because I'm not a liar.
So, to coin a phrase, lying by omission or omitting.
Yeah, I don't consider that a true lie.
Okay. And that's interesting. An interesting syntactical thing, I guess. If you know something and don't reveal it when asked,
You're not liable.
you're not. Okay, you're not liable. Is it lying?
No, I would say it's just not revealing information.
Okay. Is that pretty much how you've always felt, or is this?
Yeah, I pretty much felt.
Okay. And deflect incriminating questions. So you knew information inside you that might cause something bad to happen to you. I think you mentioned you'd lock me up or something like that to Dr. Finn.
I repeatedly said, "Are you going to lock me up on different sessions?"
Were you afraid she might if you revealed more?
Yeah.
Do you think a part of you wished that she would?
Yep.
Tell me about that.
I kind of regret that she didn't lock me up, so everything could have been avoided.
Once again, and we were talking about this yesterday, it's almost like there were two parts. One that wanted to do the mission and one that wanted to be stopped.
And the one that wanted to do the mission overruled.
Yeah. In retrospect, are you sorry that you carried out the mission? Sitting here today?
I have no means of comparison.
That's kind of deflecting too, isn't it? In retrospect, sitting here today, are you sorry you carried out the mission?
Yes.
Is that a pretty firm yes, or a part of me is sorry and a part of me is not sorry?
It's a yes and no.
Okay. Tell me about the yes and the no, if you would.
Well, the yes is because people had to die. And the no is I didn't have to die.
If you hadn't carried out the mission, would you have had to die then?
Possibly. Unless they committed me to an asylum where they protect against suicide.
I'm pretty sure that if you hadn't carried out the mission, and that you would have tried to kill yourself.
Yeah, it gave me an alternative.
How might you have tried to kill yourself?
Just shot myself.
As you ordered the guns and worked with the guns, etc., did shooting yourself come to mind?
No. It was all directed towards the mission.
Okay. So it sounds like you're looking back on it, that there's a certain likelihood, some likelihood that you would have shot yourself.
Right.
Using one of the guns you had?
Yeah.
Any other benefits today of having completed the mission? One is that you're alive, you said.
That I'm worth more.
And that you brought that up yesterday. That you're now at 13 instead of a 1.
Right.
You had some trouble yesterday putting a description on 13 versus 1.
That's because it's really abstract in nature.
Is there anyone besides you that keeps count of that 13 versus 1?
No.
God, the master power, the universe, keeping track.
Well, God is everything, so it's a part of God.
Is it a part of God that matters to God?
I don't know, that's personifying God into a human.
Yes, it is. And hypothetically personifying God then. Does that matter to God?
I would say no.
I was fear incarnate, love gone, motivation directed to hate and obsessions, which didn't disappear for whatever reason with the drugs. The last sentence is embraced the hatred, a dark night rises. And there's a pun, there's a play on words with dark night. Do you remember doing that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember roughly when you wrote that page? How much preparation had you done? How close was it to the shooting?
It was after I was out of graduate school.
Okay. Had you bought the tickets by then?
Yes.
So when you wrote this page, are you pretty sure that you knew what the movie was going to be?
Yeah, I was certain of the setting.
I'm sorry?
I was certain of the setting of the show.
Okay. And certain of which movie?
Yeah.
It was going to be? Okay. You said another time that the movie itself didn't matter to the plan. That would make this sort of a coincidental opportunity to make the pun of A Dark Knight Rises. Does that make sense?
All right, I'd never seen The Dark Knight Rises. It was premiering that day.
Yeah, but there were trailers all over for months.
I watched the trailer.
Okay.
It had more to do with The Dark Knight, the second movie.
Right. What I'm doing is asking about whether there was a connection between the mission or your view of the mission or the style of the mission and the Dark Knight. Maybe the Dark Knight that you saw in the trailers.
No.
And then you have the ultraception symbol. And then you have it broken out, the 0, the infinity, and the 1. And then there's another thing that I've seen a couple of times. I think I understand it. Tell me about that.
It's fire going through the window.
Fire going through the window.
Yeah, it's kind of entering the window.
Anything else?
It's kind of a release of fire.
Okay. Does that mean anything to you? Bring something to mind in particular?
No, I don't.
The places where I've seen the drawing also remind me of fire. When I looked at it this time, I saw the hands coming up
Right, so it's kind of personified.
as if to pull you into the window or pull the fire into the window. How else might that be personified with you?
I'm kind of lost control over my normal life.
Reminds me of your hair.
Oh, okay.
Does it remind you of your hair?
No.
So as I looked at that, one of the things I thought of, and once again, doesn't have to be your thought, is your face is below the level of the window, and that's your fiery hair, and you're coming up. After all, the arms are coming down as if there's a figure underneath that. Does that resonate at all with you?
I didn't look into it that deeply.
What do you think of as you look at the picture? And maybe
That the fire's coming
I probably
out.
already contaminated
Yeah.
the impression, haven't I? Okay. Your hair was already dyed by the time you wrote this.
Yeah.
It had already been red for a long time. When you dyed your hair over the period of time up to the shootings, did you need to touch it up or re-dye it?
No, I only dyed it once.
Only did it one time. Anything else about the notebook that you'd like to convey to me?
No.
Kind of got to check things off my big list here. We've covered a lot in the last 2 or 3 days. Yeah. You mentioned the medications that you took. What medications are you taking now?
Risperidol, Lexapro, Visceral,
Okay.
Cogentum, Zantac.
I'm sorry, what's the
Cogentum and Zantac.
Cogentin and Zantac? Okay, do you know what the dose of the Risperdal is?
I believe it's 2 milligrams, but I'm not entirely certain.
Taking it once a day or twice a day?
Morning and night.
How about the Lexapro? Do you know what the dose of that is?
I think it's 150 milligrams.
Taking it in the morning?
I think it's morning and night as well.
Any side effects of those medications in the last few months?
It makes me sedentary, so it kind of drains my energy. But that's not necessarily a bad thing when you're locked in a cell.
What would you look like right now if you weren't taking the medications?
I'd be skinnier.
You'd be skinnier?
Yeah.
Okay. What else?
And more energetic.
Anything else that I might notice about you if you weren't taking the medicines?
No, I don't think so.
You've taken the Risperdal, maybe the Lexapro, since November of 2012 when you went to Denver Health. Is that accurate?
Yes.
As far as you know, has the dose been about the same of those medications over the last 20 months?
Yes, I think so.
What effect, if any, do you notice from them, separate from side effects?
Well, that I don't hear strange noises anymore.
Okay, what else?
The shadows don't appear randomly. I bring them on my own.
Before the medication, did you ever bring them on your own?
No.
You learned to do that at some point?
Yeah.
Okay. And you mentioned that you don't hear the things. What things did you hear before?
Just people talking in another room.
People who were really there, or people who you really weren't there, or
I don't know, because it's hard to tell in a cell if the people are there or not.
but it's different with the Risperdal and the Lexapro. I'm going to leave the other medications out for now.
Okay.
How is it different in terms of hearing the things?
I don't hear any unwarranted noises.
Is that because it's making you deaf in a sense?
No,
Okay. How,
I don't know how it works.
then what were the noises about before the Lexapro?
Just people talking about me.
Can you tell me more about the people talking about you?
I didn't know who was doing the talking.
Okay. What else about the people talking about you?
I don't know.
You don't have to know. I'm just asking you, does it describe them? You don't have to know who they were. And I understand that you didn't know who they were. Can you describe what you were hearing?
Just people carrying on conversations.
And those conversations were what?
I don't know any specific conversation.
You've said that they were talking about you.
Yeah, they were having conversations with themselves or with others.
What were the words that you were hearing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Then how do you know it was about you?
This was when I was delirious after I did the bed falling thing.
Okay. Did you hear voices or sounds or noises before that time in November when?
No, that was the main time.
That was the main time. Was that the only time or no?
With the voices, yes.
Any other? You said with the voices, yes, that's a qualification. How about non-voices then?
Well, what do you mean by non-voices?
Oh, don't make me pull the teeth, please.
Okay.
What were you hearing? What were you hearing, if anything, before the November time when you were falling off the bunk?
Just typical conversations between inmates.
You recall what the words were when you could understand the words? Sometimes I imagine you couldn't understand them.
Well, I didn't eavesdrop on their conversations. I just knew they were talking. And sometimes they were talking about me.
Do you remember what the words were about you?
I usually like, that's where the Joker is, that kind of thing.
The Joker.
Yeah.
Any particular meaning to the word Joker?
In reference to Batman and Joker.
How did they take up the word Joker in reference to Batman?
Well, they call me the Joker.
Is that one of the ways that you're known at the jail as the Joker?
Yep.
Okay. When did folks start calling you the Joker?
I don't know, like shortly after.
It sounds like an interesting nickname. Lots of people have nicknames in jail.
I guess so.
How was it that they came to call you the Joker?
I don't know the reasons for it.
You ever call yourself the Joker?
No.
I remember we talked about the way you appeared in the selfies, a little reminiscent of the Joker.
Right. The dyed hair usually made them think of the Joker, along with it being the Batman movie.
How do you feel about being called the Joker?
I don't think it's that bad.
How else do you feel about being called the Joker? What else is?
Makes me feel like it kind of turned me into a supervillain.
Okay. Turned you into a supervillain. What's it like to be the supervillain?
Not so great when you're stuck in a cell.
Sounds like it gives you a certain status around the jail.
I'm not sure what that status would be. It's kind of just a recognition thing.
Is it better to have some recognition than not to have some recognition?
Not when it's negative recognition.
Okay. Does it sound like a negative recognition, or does it sound like? a bit of cachet or panache.
I wouldn't say it's entirely bad.
In what way might it not be bad?
Well, because at least I'm remembered as doing something.
Okay. Being remembered sounds like it's kind of important.
Yeah, lots of people want to be remembered.
How about you personally?
I'd say so, yeah.
How do you want to be remembered? 100 years from now. Let's assume you're remembered 100 years from now.
I don't know if there's a form of remembrance as to just being generally remembered for doing something.
For doing something?
Yeah.
For doing what? The killings?
That's the way most people are going to remember me.
Can you flesh out remembering you for doing the killings? What else are they going to say? What else is going to be in that paragraph in the history book or in their minds?
Why I did it.
Will they understand?
Possibly.
Will the notebook help them understand, or the media help them understand, or the...
Hopefully the notebook will help.
How do you want people to remember you? That's a little different from how people, from the question, how will people remember you? How do you want people to remember you?
I don't know.
You've got something that you're thinking about. I know it's there. Just before you said, I don't know.
Just as a significant figure.
I'm sorry?
As a significant figure.
Was that part of the way you wanted to be remembered as of May, June, July of 2012?
I didn't think of that back then.
Okay. You knew that things, or you described a knowledge that things were likely to end after the mission, one way or another. That is your life.
Right.
Either arrested or killed. I'm going back to your saying you saw the officers, and as I recall, you said their back was to you when you first saw the officers outside.
They looked at me and then they turned around.
Okay. And you were saying there was an opportunity perhaps to shoot them, but you didn't. Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me more about not shooting them.
Well, for one, their back was turned, so I didn't want to shoot them in the back.
Did you shoot anybody in the back in the theater?
Only if they got down on the floor and put their back to me, which I couldn't see.
So you don't think you knowingly shot anybody in the back in the theater?
Intentionally. I don't think I intentionally shot anyone in the back.
Given the circumstances, is it a pretty good bet that some people are going to get shot in the back?
Yeah, because they're going to protect themselves by kind of curling up on the ground.
Were some of the people running away when you shot them?
There were two that ran away, and I tried shooting at them, but I missed.
Okay. I'm just looking at some things that I've kind of highlighted here that I hadn't asked you, but there's a specific thing I'd like to do this afternoon when we meet. But meanwhile, let me just ask a couple little short questions. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
I remember something about your photographs that I didn't ask about earlier. And that in the photographs, some of them make you look quite like a warrior.
Okay.
You
Yes, just because a warrior carries weapons.
carries weapons and decks out in a certain way,
Right. Uniform.
is both uniform perhaps, is both protected with the armor and offensive in the sense of being ready to do damage. Does warrior ring a bell in your mind as something that you are or wanted to be at the time?
I didn't figure myself as a warrior, especially since the people I was shooting are unarmed.
Okay. As you were looking at the material that you had in the apartment, did you ever think of yourself as or think about being a warrior, even though the eventual mission wasn't a warrior mission?
No, I never figured myself as a warrior.
Okay. A warrior, I guess, goes to war on somebody's side, is fighting for someone or for something. Does that make sense?
A warrior has like a purpose.
Kind of what a warrior does, whether he's a samurai or whether he's a soldier. And I think what you're saying is that that's not the context of what you did or what you were planning or what you were thinking about. Does that make sense? If it doesn't make sense,
That didn't make sense. Context.
I'm sorry.
The context didn't make sense.
Okay. You said there wasn't anything warrior-like about either your thoughts as you prepared or your thoughts in theater.
I specify that there's warrior-like characteristics, but I didn't view myself as a warrior.
Okay. And when I think of a warrior, I think of someone who's sometimes carrying out a mission, but a mission on behalf of someone or a country or a cause of some sort. Like a samurai carries out a mission or a soldier carries out a mission or something like that.
In that sense, I had a mission as well.
You had a mission as well. The mission came from whom or what?
Myself.
From yourself. Okay. And that's what you said yesterday. Okay. How much were you into social media?
Not very much.
Facebook, Twitter. Did you have a Facebook page?
I used to in college, but I deleted it because it makes people like Facebook stalking.
Okay. When did you delete it? Or did you just stop using it?
I deleted it in undergrad.
In undergrad?
Yeah.
Okay. How about a Twitter account?
Nope.
Never had one?
Nope.
Any other social media? MySpace? That's pretty old fashioned, I guess.
No.
MySpace, YouTube channel?
I had a Squarespace website, which I put some pictures on, like the armored me.
Okay. And what was the site?
Squarespace.com.
Squarespace, is that just like it sounds? Squarespace.com?
Yes. Yeah.
And what did you put up?
Just photos of like my apartment and the armored selfie.
When did you develop that, or when did you set up that page?
Once I was out of graduate school.
Okay, so it was May, June, July, in that period of time, or June or July?
June or July.
Okay. Tell me about doing that, and any particular reason or context, purpose for doing that?
No, I just did it to like show images. I don't think anybody visited it.
But it was there for anybody to see.
Yeah.
It wasn't encrypted or secret or something.
No.
What search terms would I use to get to that page? If 2 years ago, it's probably gone by now, but 2 years ago, what search terms?
I don't think there are any that would have gotten to.
If I put in James Holmes?
You probably have to put it in on Squarespace instead of like a Google search.
So if I were to go to Squarespace and search for James Holmes?
You probably have to do that.
And you used James Holmes was your login, or was the name attached to the page?
I don't remember if I put James Holmes in text in any of on the page or not.
And where I'm kind of going with that is, as you were telling Dr. Fenton parts of the story, hints to the story, and hints to what was troubling you.
Right.
And hints to your plan. You're getting pretty blatant, it sounds like, with the things that you post.
Right. That's right around the time I posted the "Will you visit me in prison?"
I'm sorry?
That's around the time I posted the "Will you visit me in prison?"
Okay.
On the dating sites.
Did you put any text with the images that you put up on Squarespace?
Yeah, I did Rational Insanity.
Was any of the text related to the mission?
No, that was it.
But the pictures were of you with the material and the regalia?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other social media?
The dating website.
The dating website. Did you try to wipe your hard drive before you left the apartment?
No.
Any particular reason you left it all on the drive?
No fear of consequences.
No fear of consequence. Okay. Did you ever use a proxy server or any
Nope.
way to?
I didn't try and hide anything.
Okay. Your email address is interesting to me. As I recall, DH Sherlock?
D Sherlock B.
D Sherlock B. Where does that come from, may I ask?
Well, Sherlock for Holmes, and then the D and the B just make a kind of bracket. So it's like if you put parentheses.
Okay.
Okay.
Your similarity of your last name with Sherlock Holmes, has that come up in your life at other times? Kind of an interesting coincidence?
Yeah, I've created kind of my gaming avatars like Sherlock Bond.
Okay. Sherlock Bond?
Yeah. Okay. Like James Bond, Sherlock Holmes.
Interesting combination.
Yep.
The thinker and the action guy. That's the way my mind says it. What is in your mind about that combination?
Well, they're both kind of famous figures.
Famous figures. Okay. View yourself as a Sherlock sometimes?
Yeah.
What mysteries?
Scientific mystery.
Scientific mystery. View yourself as a Bond sometimes?
Yeah. Man of action.
Okay. And I'm aware that I just said action. I didn't mean to put that into your mind.
Okay,
Was that there before I said it?
No.
Okay. Similarities, differences between you and James Bond?
Well, there's differences that he's like a womanizer. Yeah. A famous action star.
Any differences between your actions and his actions?
Well, mine are real and his are actors' portrayals.
Mm-hmm. Any others?
Nope.
Did you ever want to be a womanizer?
No.
A couple of sexy posters. Is that an attractive part of James Bond's life, or?
Yes, you can see so.
Okay. For you and a million other people, guys, I suppose.
Right.
If you had the mission to do over again, still carrying it out, but the mission to do over again, would you change the way you did the mission?
No, I haven't thought of. Well, I have thought of other killing ways, like I mentioned in the notebook, but I ruled them out.
But having done it one way and seen the way that it turned out and all the ways that it turned out, are there things you would have done differently for the mission? Or did it pretty much turn out, as you look back at it, exactly the way you needed for it to turn out?
It went according to plan.
Do you ever think that there might have been ways to kill more people?
Yeah. I consider them like using biological agents.
I mean, looking back on what you did, do you ever think that you didn't kill enough? That you might have gotten more value points?
If I'd stayed in the theater and kept shooting until the police started shooting at me, I guess.
Okay. And what was it that caused you to leave the theater? What caused that?
Just instincts, I guess.
I'm going to take a bathroom break for myself. Then I'm going to come back. Okay. You're welcome to take one as well.
Okay.
But I'd like to continue just a little bit longer before we have lunch. Is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. And because of circumstance, it's a little complicated to take a bathroom break, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm I'm going to take a bathroom break.
Okay, great. Yeah.
So, and James is welcome to do the same, and then I'm going to come right back in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Everything started?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good deal.
Okay. As they say on TV, we're back, huh? In a sense, we're on TV.
Kind of.
Kind of it. All right. That's not even. Let me just pick that up. There we go. We talked a little bit about your friends, the friends in grad school. I've got a person named Charlotte written down, and I'm not sure why. Does Charlotte ring a bell?
She's a friend.
Okay, tell me about Charlotte. I don't recall her from the
She's
record.
in the computer sciences program. She hosted a party for Gardy's birthday.
Was she a close friend of yours or one of the group or no?
She's a friend. I don't know how close it was.
Did you ever date her or
No,
intimate with her or do things along with her? Or
no,
particularly?
nothing like that.
Okay. All right. Know her last name?
It's not coming to mind.
Okay, that's all right. You've told me about friends. What are they going to tell me about when I talk with them? What are they going to say about you when I talk with them?
Well, that depends on what you're going to ask.
What kinds of things are they going to say about James Holmes?
He's smart, good student, friendly. That's about it.
Do you think they'll say that they thought something bad was coming or that they thought the mission was coming or anything like that?
No, I never talked to them about the mission.
Do you think their views of you have changed because of the mission or since the mission?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, now we don't associate with each other anymore.
What do you think their feelings are that as a result of the mission?
I don't think it's affected them.
You don't think it's affected their feelings about you?
And I'm not sure.
Logically speaking, how do you think it has affected their feelings about you?
They're probably sympathetic.
Okay. So far as you know, have any of them tried to write you?
Nope.
Even if you haven't gotten the letters? Any particular reason you think they haven't tried to write you?
Because I broke off the association before doing the shooting.
But as we said yesterday, people who don't even know you have written to you.
Right.
And something very significant in your lives and the lives of others happened. And you said that they would be sympathetic, yet they haven't written.
They can feel sympathetic on the inside without having to externalize it.
How about wanting to externalize it, wanting to write to you?
I think they're probably holding it back.
Why might they hold back?
Because they don't want to continue on with the friendship. They're going on about their own lives.
Most people have lots of friendships, even though they go on about their lives, lots of past friendships. And
Right.
that doesn't keep them from communicating a little bit.
I don't know why they haven't communicated then.
Okay. We talked about your friends. Tell me about your enemies. Got any enemies?
No,
Before this happened, before the shooting,
I didn't have any.
as a kid, as an adolescent, a teenager?
No.
No enemies?
No.
Is that just coincidental, or are you a real nice guy, or
I don't
didn't
know about
matter
real
enough
nice.
to people? Didn't matter enough to people to be their enemy? For them
No,
to be
I'm just a
your-
nice guy.
Okay. some of the things that folks noticed on your computer were some of the other places that you've been, some investing sites, for example. E-Trade, Motley
E-Trade.
Fool.
Yeah.
Tell me about that part of your activity.
Oh, I have a Roth IRA on E-Trade.
Okay.
I was saving up for retirement pretty early on.
Interesting. When did you start the Roth IRA?
I think in high school, but I'm not sure.
That early?
It might have been college. I don't know.
Do you recall about the last time you contributed to it?
I think I put 5,000 into it in 2012 or end of 2011.
Do you know roughly how much was in it as of July of 2012?
Around 10 to 15,000, I think.
And you put 5 in it, give or take, end of 2011, early 2012. Do I understand that right?
That's what I think. I have to check the records of transactions.
But that's why you were on E-Trade, was because that's where the Roth is.
Yes.
What instruments? And does it still exist as far as you know?
I believe so.
Excuse me. What instruments was the money in? What kinds of instruments?
In stocks.
Okay. Just straight equities, stocks and bonds, or stocks or funds, or what?
Just stocks.
Okay. Do you remember any particular ones that you invested in? Excuse me, that you invested in?
Coca-Cola.
Okay. I don't remember from the record. I guess it's in the record, but I don't remember when the last time you checked on them was, or how often you checked on them, say during 2012.
I don't remember either.
Would you have checked on them a few times during 2012?
Maybe early on.
Okay. Excuse me. And Motley Fool? How about Motley Fool?
I don't know what Motley Fool is.
And actually, that was my inference about something. Probably something that said Fool, but it reminded me of an investment site called Motley Fool.
Oh, I've never been there.
Okay. It's kind of an informal, friendly advice on the radio and on the web and stuff. Okay. Any other investing sites that you liked to go to?
Wall Street Journal.
Okay.
Just to check out stocks.
How often would you do that, say in 2012?
Rarely.
Rarely. There's an indication that you were looking at real estate or looking into real estate at some point. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Well, if I was going to stay on the graduate program, I wanted to get a house there.
Okay. Did there come a point when you stopped looking at real estate or being interested in the real estate?
Near towards leaving graduate school.
Okay. So June, July, and I just don't know the dates of this. I can look them up, I suppose. But June, July, as far as you recall.
Yeah. Sounds fair.
That you were or were not interested in the real
That
estate.
I'd stop looking at the real estate.
Okay. Excuse me. We talked about the video games. Any particular kind of websites or books or magazines that you enjoyed in 2012 before the shootings?
Netflix, Hulu, Fancast.
And you talked about the kinds of movies. I think you liked comedies.
Comedies are my favorite.
Okay. Any other particular kinds that you used to download a lot or check out a lot?
Drama movies, adventure movies.
I don't suppose Highlander was anywhere in there.
It was a fantasy movie.
Did
I thought it was a good movie.
I did too, by the way. And when was the last time you looked at a Highlander movie?
Oh, I only did it once, I think.
Do you remember about when?
No, I don't remember. I watched like hundreds of movies.
One way or another, do you think you may have looked at a Highlander movie in the last, or in April, May, June, July of 2012?
I couldn't tell you.
Leading
if
up
I
to
did.
okay. There would have been older movies by then because they came out what in the 90s or the 80s.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you have many books in your apartment besides textbooks?
Like one or two books. One on the
Excuse me.
one called Starfist, which is like science fiction, kind of war.
Starfish?
Starfist.
Starfist. Okay. What other books do you recall having in the apartment besides textbooks?
That's about it.
Okay. Any books on strategy, on war, on warriors, on missions?
No, I just look online for that kind of thing.
Okay. And what did you find online?
Like how much ammunition was used, like types of strategies,
I'm sorry,
tactics,
I can't quite hear you.
types of strategies and tactics.
Any particular websites that you recall that stood out, that were particularly useful
No,
or interesting? Okay. Somewhere I had a note wondering, for some reason, about books on reality, like the physics of reality, the quantum physics and reality. Does that ring a bell at all?
I didn't have any books on those.
Look that up online or together. Does that ring a bell at all? And maybe not.
Physics of reality doesn't.
I'm thinking of, for some reason, I'm not sure why it came to me, quantum physics and that causing a new way of looking at what reality is.
No,
I may have been reminded of that by something in your notebook.
no, I don't know.
Things like, well, one that comes to mind is the Dancing Wu Li Masters. Does that ring a bell at all?
Dancing what master?
Dancing Wu, W-U, Li, L-I, Masters.
I haven't heard of that.
Okay, that's fine. I was going to ask you about, among the movies, a movie called Inception. Do you remember that movie?
Yeah, that was also by Christopher Nolan. He did the Batman movies as well.
I didn't realize it was the same guy.
Yeah.
Okay. What was Inception about?
It's about planting an idea into the brain in like a kind of in a dream state kind of thing.
In what context is the idea being implanted in somebody's brain?
Well, Leonardo DiCaprio, the main guy, wanted to see his kids at the end, but he couldn't because it was like a block on him or something. I don't know.
Okay.
It's a hard movie to explain. It's like explaining the Matrix or something.
I never did quite get the Matrix, much less the follow-up movies to the Matrix. But was there ever a thought or a fan?
Hi, friends. We are, I think, 2.5 hours. Yeah, 2.5 hours into the interview. We got like 2.5 left, a little less than that. Again, any questions, you guys can comment them, or any thoughts or anything really, you guys can comment them, and I will be responding in the comments. I'm sorry that these last couple lives have been so kind of bleh. It's really just been showing the interviews, not a whole lot of commentary. But I'm enjoying hanging out with you guys. Don't forget to, like, subscribe, do all the things, and we will continue.
I see her feeling for you that somehow thoughts were being put into your brain.
No, I don't believe so.
Was there ever a feeling that somehow your thoughts could get out and other people could hear them or see them or be aware of your thoughts?
During the delirious bedfall incident.
As far as you recall, any time before that?
No.
Or before the shootings, for example, or after the shoot, just after the shootings?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have the experience of seeing something on TV, hearing something on the radio, something like that, and getting the feeling that they were referring to you?
Again, during the kind of just before the bedfall incident.
Before, okay. But I'm sorry.
Just before.
Just before the bed falling?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Well, I would like see the president on TV, and he would give a certain like look, and I thought he was like agreeing with me or something.
Looking back, what's your thought about that?
That's ridiculous.
Did you ever have that feeling or that experience before the shootings
Not that I know of.
or just after the shootings that you recall?
I don't remember.
I remember just after the shootings, remember the jail video, sometimes you'd go into the TV room for a little bit and watch some TV.
Yeah.
What would you be watching most of the time? Do you remember?
Sitcoms.
Sitcoms?
Yeah.
Watch the news much?
No, I don't care for the news.
What about the news about you?
It would pop up, but I wouldn't like go to a news channel and watch it.
If it popped up, would you continue to watch it as opposed to changing the channel?
Yeah, I would continue with the program I was watching.
So if the news popped up, you'd go ahead and not bother to change the channel, you'd listen to it.
Right.
Okay. There was something on your phone. I think it was in July of 2012 about the New York Times and the Denver Post. Do you remember any of that?
I remember going to the New York Times and looking into how you can post an opinion on the New York Times website.
In anticipation of what?
In case I wanted to post, I didn't end up posting anything.
Did you think you might sometime?
Yeah, that's why I looked at it.
Okay. What might you have posted?
The pictures from like the pictures,
The pictures
the photographs
of
of me in the contact lenses and armor and stuff.
how do you think that would have been received by the New York Times and the New York Times readers?
They would repost it.
And what would people see in those pictures? What would it convey to people?
That this guy's different than other people.
In what way different?
He doesn't look the same as a normal person.
In what way does he not look the same?
Well, he's got red hair and black contacts.
And what would that mean to the people looking at it?
Well, that would depend on what he wrote.
What would they be likely to infer from that?
I didn't think about that back then.
Sure you did. Otherwise, why would you put the pictures up?
I didn't post the pictures.
Oh, okay, you're correct. Otherwise, why would you be thinking of putting the pictures up?
Now I'm confused.
In thinking of putting the pictures up, what would you be communicating to people?
Just that I was different again.
Different in what way?
Mentally different.
That
I had
doesn't,
a different kind of view of the world than other people.
such as what?
That you can increase your value by killing people.
Is that what the pictures? Is that what you would be communicating with the pictures? How would people realize from seeing that picture?
There's no way they would realize it.
And maybe that brings us to the question of, was that a logical thing to think about or not a logical thing to think about as you look back on it?
Illogical looking back.
Okay. At the time, although you didn't do it, did you think it was a logical thing to do or decide it wasn't a logical thing to do?
I thought it was logical.
Okay. Same for the Denver Post or different?
I never did anything to the Denver Post.
Somehow denverpost.com was on there. I'm not sure why or how.
What's there?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't recall. Did you ever write a letter to the editor or an
No.
op-ed to a newspaper before?
No.
You asked Dr. Fenton about her philosophy of life.
She was evasive.
She was evasive.
Yeah.
You think you were evasive?
Yes.
Okay. Any particular reason you asked her about her philosophy of life?
If I could help it build and improve my own.
I'm sorry?
I want to know hers so I could improve my own philosophy of life.
How would that have helped you improve your own philosophy of life? Or how might it have?
It would depend on what her philosophy was.
I think, if I'm remembering right, I got the impression that she was asking you a lot of questions about your philosophy. And it was a sort of a retort that she should tell you about hers. Am I misremembering that?
No, that sounds accurate.
Okay. And a retort is often intended to make somebody stop asking.
Right.
Does that apply to that situation or no? Does that apply to Dr. Fenton or no? Do you want her to stop asking?
I don't remember.
Okay. What do you think Dr. Fenton or Dr. Feinstein will tell me when I talk with them about you?
That there was a lot they didn't know about me.
What else do you think they'll tell me?
That they'd taken me very seriously. They'd even called the beta threat response team or something.
How did you know that they called the threat response team?
My lawyers told me.
Okay. What else would they tell me about you?
Soft-spoken, quiet.
Before the shootings, let's say in the months before the shootings, what kinds of things brought you pleasure?
Video games, TV.
We've talked about those. Anything else particularly pleasurable or things that just made you feel great?
No.
How about things that made you feel okay, brought you contentment?
Food, I guess.
Maybe brought you solace?
I'm not sure.
Anything bring you hope? You said you're depressed a lot. Depressed people often are kind of hopeless.
Just the mission brought me home.
Okay. Do you know what your family's doing right now?
My dad's retired and my mom's working as a nurse.
Okay. Why don't we stop for lunch? And when we come back, I want to ask you more about the mission. Specifics
Okay.
about the mission. Okay?
All right.
All right. Did you have a lunch?
Yep, that was tasty.
What did you have for lunch?
Like chili and peppers and onions and chicken.
Oh, sounds good. Chili pretty hot? Not pretty hot.
No, it wasn't that spicy.
Okay. Okay. And you met with Dr. Gray also during the last couple of hours, right?
Right.
Okay. How's that testing going?
He's either almost done or he's got to come back.
Oh. Any big deal about it or any questions about it that I can answer for you?
Nope.
Okay. All righty. Yesterday, you were talking about your view of what happened after you die. Do you remember the phrase that you used?
Dreamless sleep.
Dreamless sleep, right. Does what you do while you're alive have any effect on what happens after you die?
I would say no.
I was almost a firm yes. Is there any exception to that or possibility of something different or no?
No.
Okay. So the things like having the worth of 13 rather than 1, those help you when you're alive.
Disappear. Okay. When you're dead.
Disappear. I'm curious, if someone were to kill you or
Right.
murder you, would they get 13 or would they get 1?
I'd say 1.
Okay. You think there's any chance of it?
Yes.
And what would be the way that might happen?
If they give me the death penalty.
Okay. And that would be purposely killing you as contrasted with accidentally killing you.
Right.
And so somebody would get one.
Yes.
Who would that person be?
That's difficult to tell. They kind of do that on purpose too. So I guess it could be the person who makes the lethal injection concoction, or whoever presses the button, or you could even go with the jury.
Okay. If more than one person kills a person, how is the value divided? Or is it divided?
I think it's still just one. One goes to each person.
Okay. We're kind of talking about the possibility of your death or your possibility of being executed.
Right.
What are your feelings about that right now?
Well, since I've been in jail, it hasn't looked that bad. It hasn't looked that bad of a possibility.
Since you've been in jail, did you feel differently about it before you came to jail?
Yeah, I thought it would be worse than getting prison in life, but now I can equate them as equal.
Can you tell me a little more about the way you see them as equal, or one not particularly worse than the other?
Well, since all the freedoms are taken away when you're in jail and in prison, it's kind of not a fulfilling life.
Okay. I guess nobody knows right now, but informally, what do you think the chances are of you getting the death penalty?
I don't know. I haven't predicted it.
Right now, thinking about it, not casting anything in stone, do you think you would fight it, or ask the lawyers not to fight it? Or?
I would ask them to fight it just because my family still supports me.
Sounds like you think your family might have some feelings about that.
Right. I think it would matter if I died to them.
Tell me how they might feel. What they might feel.
Very sad.
Anything? Can you expand on that just a little bit?
Well, they would miss me.
How about your sister? She's part of the family. She's the same as your parents?
Same thing, yeah.
Okay. I neglected to ask you this morning. We were talking about the symptoms that you saw in yourself and the possible diagnoses that you saw. Do you know what anybody has diagnosed you with now?
No, I can only speculate from the drugs they've given me.
Okay. So no doctor has said, here's what I think you have?
Correct.
Okay. What do you infer from the drugs?
Well, I'm taking antipsychotics, so I think it's schizophrenia, and I'm taking antidepressants, so depression.
Okay. I'll share with you that those drugs are sometimes used for other conditions too.
Okay.
But those are two conditions that they're used for. The Lexapro is most often used to help depression. And Risperdal is an antipsychotic. It's a non-specific antipsychotic. Kind of doesn't matter what the diagnosis is.
Okay.
And once again, what's your understanding of what psychotic means?
Having beliefs that don't match up with reality.
Okay. Did we talk about Dr. Woodcock coming to see you in the jail?
No.
Do you remember him coming to see you in the jail?
Yeah, he was like the first one, I think.
What do you remember about his visit and what y'all talked about?
I don't remember anything at all. Okay.
Okay. Do you remember about when he came?
Well, maybe around a month at the start of my incarceration.
At the start?
Yeah.
You mean around a month after you were?
Around a month after, yeah.
Okay. How many times did you see him?
Either once or twice.
Y'all get along okay?
I was just distrustful of psychiatrists at the time.
Distrustful of psychiatrists specifically, or distrustful of anybody that came to see you, or because you didn't know who he was?
Psychiatrists.
Okay.
They told me who he was.
Was anybody with him when he came to see you?
Oh, I don't remember.
I guess what I'm asking, and you may not remember, is did anyone introduce you to him and
Yes,
tell you who he was?
Someone told me Dr. Woodcock is going to come evaluate you or speak with you.
Do you remember who told you?
I believe it was one of my lawyers.
One of your lawyers told you. Did they also tell you that he was there at their behest?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. Okay. What I'd like to do for a little while this afternoon is kind of go through the chronology of the mission and what happened afterward. You've shared an awful lot about it already, but I'd kind of like to go through it stepwise and pick up what I might have left out. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. We talked about the weeks and months leading up. What do you remember in terms of how you felt, what you were perceiving, how you were thinking when you were getting ready to go over to the theater for that last time to do the shooting?
How I felt that night.
Yeah, you're loading the car, you're getting stuff ready. What's going through your mind?
Just to get it done, basically.
Okay. Any other thoughts or fantasies or feelings going through your mind?
No fantasies or anything.
Any thoughts about how it was going to go?
No, just basically just do it.
You'd never done it before.
Right.
And although you had checked out some things, you'd never rehearsed the whole thing. Any anxiety about whether it would come off okay in what you wanted to have happen?
No, I wasn't very nervous. I was prepared.
At that time, did you have any doubt that you would end up killing a lot of people?
No.
Okay. Tell me about the drive over.
Well, it was somewhat dangerous because I put tinted windows, like tinted window film on my windows so that I could gear up inside the car, but it doesn't let much light in, so it's hard to drive in the dark.
You weren't geared up when you drove over, but the windows were tinted so that you could get geared up inside the car. Is that right?
Correct. I had only the ballistic pants on before I drove over.
Okay. Was the windshield tinted too?
The windshield, I put up a sunscreen.
So for the drive over?
Well, it didn't matter for the drive over if it was tinted or not.
Okay. If someone had looked in the window of the car at a stoplight, would they have been able to see it?
No, because it's dark.
Okay.
And it would look normal because I wasn't wearing all this gear and stuff.
Where was the gear stored? In the
Just
trunk?
in the trunk.
Any of it in the back seat?
I believe I had the back seat down, so it was just trunk to the back seat.
Okay. And what kind of car was that?
Hyundai Tiburon. It's a coupe.
Oh, so that was the same Tiburon that you bought many years earlier?
Correct.
Okay. And your folks helped you buy it, right?
Yeah, they paid the majority.
They paid, as I recall, $7,000, and
I paid $1,000. Okay.
the car was paid for?
Yep.
Okay. So you drive over. A little difficult to drive over. Tell me more about the drive and parking and stuff like that.
Well, the drive over went smoothly. I parked in the back, right across from the Theater 9 emergency exit. So it would be straight away going in there.
Which you had cased before?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Nothing unexpected happened on the drive?
Nope.
Okay. How about walking me through going into the theater?
Well, I previously purchased the ticket to the theater online. So I walked in and I showed the guy my phone, but they have a little kiosk thing where you're supposed to enter the number. So he sent me to that, and I entered the number on the kiosk, and it gave the ticket.
Any hitches there? Any problems there?
Oh, no.
The record indicates that your phone was scanned 3 times. Does that make sense?
I bought in 3 tickets.
Okay. Any particular reason you bought 3 tickets?
I was trying to get it to Theater 9, and the tickets I bought were Theater 8. So I bought multiple tickets over different days to try and get the ticket to Theater 9.
Okay. And one of them did come up Theater 9?
No, they were all Theater 8. So I went to the concession stand, which was on the Theater 9 side, and then went to Theater 9.
Okay. So you just mostly nobody had to check that, or nobody checked which theater you were going to?
Once you do the check at the front to see if you have a ticket, then they tell you where it is and you can go there. But I went to the concession stand.
Okay. Did you buy anything at the concession stand?
No.
Anything else about going in that comes to mind?
No, not really.
You mentioned earlier that You thought maybe the FBI would stop you from going in.
Yeah, once I geared up and was about to leave my car, I thought they would stop me there.
Oh, later when you actually geared up.
Right.
Not when you were going to the front.
Right.
Okay, thank you. So you go in the theater, or what's it like? What are you seeing and hearing as you go in the theater?
I just went to the very front and sat down in one of the chairs, and then pulled out my phone to make it look like I had a phone call.
I'm sorry.
Pulled out my phone to make it look like I had a phone call.
Okay.
And then went out the exit for that reason,
As if you're going outside to a quiet place to.
to speak on the phone.
Okay. What was on the screen when you went in?
I didn't see. I'd imagine just previews.
Do you recall specifically that there was something on the screen, but you just don't?
There was
Remember.
advertisements playing.
Pretty quickly after you got to the front, you did the phone ruse and went out, or did you wait a little while?
It was pretty quick, maybe like a minute.
What else did you see in the theater when you first went in?
Well, it's just an aisleway.
I'm sorry?
It's just an aisleway to the stands. And I looked back in the stands and saw that they were all full.
So you go out through some sort of exit corridor to the outside exit door, is that right?
Yeah.
Then what happened?
Then I went to put the stuff on and get all the weapons ready.
Tell me about that process. What did you do, or how did that work?
Well, I previously loaded all the magazines into the weapons to have them ready to fire. I just put on the clothes, the arm guard, the coat with the ballistic proof.
Did you do all that in the car, or did you do it outside the car?
In the car.
Must have been pretty cramped.
Yes, it was. It took a little bit.
Any particular thoughts, preparations, getting ready, psyching yourself up, anything like that?
I put my music on my headphones, on my wireless headphones.
Okay. The music was from an iPod or through your phone, or?
An iPod.
Tell me about the music. What music did you choose?
Just electronic music, random electronic music.
No particular artist that you remember?
Right. It was just from a stream of music.
Was it something that you had pre-recorded or pre-done, or was it over Pandora? Or
It's something I had saved as like an MP3 file.
okay. So you put that on after you had suited up, or before?
In the middle.
The music, I take it, was through earbuds?
Yeah, they're wireless though.
Oh, really? Oh. Then what happened?
Then an employee came out to the dumpster and threw something away, but I had the tinted windows and the sun shaded up, so they didn't see me. I heard them.
But what, then
I heard them.
you heard them come out?
Yeah.
What did you think about when they came out?
If they're going to interrupt the process or not. But they didn't. They just went back inside the theater after they threw their trash away.
If they had somehow interrupted the process, what would have happened?
I had a handgun in my passenger door side that I could have used.
Okay. Were you prepared to do that if necessary?
Yeah.
Any other thoughts or feelings or sounds that you remember hearing? Smells even? Anything sensing at all in your senses that you remember
No.
from it?
No.
Heart pumping, adrenaline racing, or no? Calm, keyed up,
Calm and collected.
calm and flow? At some point, you mailed the notebook, and that was it. At what point during the day did you mail the notebook?
The afternoon on Thursday.
In the afternoon. How did you mail it? Did you drop it into a letterbox, take it to the post office?
Dropped it in a post office box.
Okay. At what point did you call the behavioral health hotline, or the hotline of some kind?
Like halfway through gearing up.
From the car then?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was something that happened in the car. If you can, I'd like to pretty much hear everything. I want to hear the whole
I
story.
called them, but I couldn't hear anybody on the other line.
What led you to make that call?
Just one last chance to see if I should turn back or not.
How big was the part of you that was hoping for that last chance?
It was overruled by completing the.
And we know that it was overruled. It
Yeah.
was. But how big was it to be overruled?
Not very big.
Enough to make you dial the phone.
Yeah.
Was the number already in your phone? How did you?
Yeah, I saved it in my phone.
You'd saved it from a previous visit or a sign on the wall at the office? Or how did you have that number?
Their website, I believe.
May I ask when you went to the website and got the number?
I don't remember. It was before that day, though.
You think it was weeks before that day or within the week?
Maybe within a week, I think.
If you remember, why did you go to their website?
To get that number.
And the website is the website for?
Student mental health.
Were you thinking anything else as you went to the website other than, I'd like to have the number in my phone?
No.
Were you thinking why you might want to have the number in your phone?
In case I wanted to stop the process.
Okay. Had you ever dialed that number before?
No.
And what happened when you dialed?
I just didn't hear anything.
Did you hear the phone ringing at the other end?
No.
Really? It was just dead, or I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything for 9 seconds, and then it hung up.
Then you hung up, or they hung up, or it hung up?
It hung up. I'm not sure.
So you're quite sure you dialed?
Yeah.
You're quite sure that the number was accurate?
Yeah.
And the phone dialed it. Did you dial it, or did the phone dial it?
It was just dialing a contact number.
Okay. So all you had to do was press it, and whatever number was the contact number got accurately dialed.
Yes.
Okay. As far as you know, your reception was fine in the middle of town.
Right.
And you didn't hear any answer, electronic or personal or otherwise, on the other end?
No.
And you said 9 seconds. Did you kind of count them off, or did you show on the phone how long it was?
It said like call ended after 9 seconds.
I'm sorry?
It said call ended after 9 seconds.
Did you try to redial?
No.
Looking back, are you sure that was the right number?
Yeah.
What do you think would have happened if somebody had answered?
I don't know.
What do you think?
I might have talked to him.
What might you have said?
Told them the situation.
I'm sorry?
Told them the situation.
So you might have told them where you were and what was going on?
Yeah.
What do you think might have happened then?
They would have tried to convince me not to.
What might they have said?
I don't know.
Do you think they would have been successful?
No, I think it would have been overruled at the beginning.
But some part of you punched in the numbers and waited 9 seconds for them to answer.
Right.
Do you remember what you thought or felt or when nobody answered?
Then shortly after, I thought the FBI would stop me.
With regard to how you felt when you pressed end on the phone,
Right.
What was going through your mind then?
Just that it was really going to happen.
You say that as if that was a time when it hit home, that it was really going to happen.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between that feeling of it's really going to happen and the feeling when you went out of your apartment and got in the car?
There was still a chance it wouldn't when I was in my car.
So up to that moment, I'm trying not to put words in your mouth. It
I was
sounds
still
like
skeptical.
you're putting on gear,
Right.
but it might not happen.
Right.
Was there? Then the phone call ends. And once again, what was your thought when the phone call ended?
I'm really going to do this.
Then you mentioned a thought after that about the FBI stopping you.
Right.
Tell me about that thought.
Well, once I got outside and was in the light, I thought the FBI would then come in and arrest me.
Once you got outside the car in your gear
Yeah.
and were in the lights, you said.
Yeah.
Did you do that quickly and move quickly into the theater, or did you stand there a while?
There was kind of like a corridor in the back. So I went down that, and then you could also go to the side a little bit and be out of sight of the back parking.
Still outside the building?
Still outside the building. Yeah.
So about how long were you outside your car and outside the building in your gear?
Maybe 2 minutes.
Really? That long?
I don't know if that's long or not.
Okay. I'm not saying that I don't believe you or that that's not accurate, but that's your memory of about how long it was?
It could have been a minute. I don't know.
If you were to have gotten out of your car and walked to the door and entered it, roughly how long would that have taken?
15 seconds.
So substantially, it sounds like you're saying you took substantially more time to re-enter the theater than was necessary. Is that your memory?
Yes, I was kind of in the alcove a little bit.
Tell me about that period of time. What were you doing? What was going on?
I was standing there on the outside, and I could see in through the crack of the door.
Are you in the light at that point or not in the light?
I'm in the light, but it's shielded from the back parking lot.
And what is the feeling or the purpose or if I were watching you from afar or on a video or something, what would I be seeing? What would I be thinking is going on?
What's he waiting for, I guess? I don't know.
So let me ask you, what were you waiting for?
I don't know why I waited.
I can think of waiting strategically to be sure it was clear, or waiting hoping someone would stop you, or waiting to be sure your gear was on right, or reasons like that. Do any of those ring a bell or not?
Well, I dropped a tear gas canister, and I had to look for that, and I couldn't find it.
Oh, you couldn't find? Did it stay outside?
I don't know. It was when I was getting out of the door of the car. So it kind of fell, and I don't know where it fell.
So you didn't recover it before you went back in?
I had to, so I wound up just using the one I had.
Did you spend some time looking for it?
Maybe 30 seconds.
How'd you feel when something dropped that sounds like an unexpected thing happening?
Right.
What thoughts or feelings did that bring up as you were trying to carry out the mission?
It didn't bring up any feelings. Just that I needed to find it.
And you needed to find it because?
For crowd control.
No sense of panic or
No.
something's going
No,
on?
nothing like that.
All right. Thank you. You went out the door. How'd you get back in? Those doors generally lock from the inside.
I had looked all around for a device that would go onto the door and hold it open with as minimal amount of space open as possible. So I wound up buying picnic tablecloth clamps
Oh, little clips that fit on the.
that hold the tablecloth to a table.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine like turning a table sideways, then it looks like a door, and you can put it on the door and it won't close all the way, but be open just a very little bit.
Was there a handle on the outside of the door so you could grab the door to open it, or how did that work?
There was the width of the door, so
Okay, it kept the door from it didn't stop the bolt from coming through, but it kept the door from closing into the jamb.
right.
Okay. So you're going back inside. And what all are you carrying?
A shotgun, and the AR-15 was on a sling around me in front, and the handgun was in my belt, in one of the pouches where there was a bunch of handgun magazines.
One handgun?
Yeah, I'd left the other one in the passenger door.
Any particular reason you left it in the passenger door?
That's where I was changing, gearing up.
Did you forget it there or leave it there on purpose?
Leave it there on purpose.
And why?
Because it would have been extra weight to carry.
Okay. Did you have the gas mask on at that point?
I had the gas mask on in the car.
Okay. And the helmet?
Yep.
Walk me through, you go in through the outer door, then what happens and what do you see, what do you hear, what do you smell?
First, I opened the tear gas canister while I was still outside the door, and it made a hissing sound. And then I went inside and tossed it over on the right side of the theater.
As you walk up from the outside door, is there any other door between you and the audience? Or
No, there's
curtain?
only that one door.
Is there any curtain or anything like that?
It's set at an angle so the whole audience can't see you, but they could still see you when you enter the door.
Okay. How did it feel to be really doing it?
Then it was autopilot.
Exhilaration or
No, none of that.
caution or
No.
sensitivity to what's around you?
Well, I was looking at what's around me.
Pretty aware of what was around you? Or?
Yeah, I could see people trying to leave and sitting down and under their seat.
Actually, I'm thinking right now about going in from the door. The canister's been opened.
Right.
At that point, are you on autopilot or not yet?
At that point, I'm on autopilot.
Some people who are in experiences like that, for one reason or another, are very sensitive to what's going on around them, very aware of little things and big things.
No, I wasn't like that.
Wasn't like that?
No.
How about vision? How well could you see at that point going in from the door?
I couldn't see very well at all
Because
there were scratches in the gas mask, and it was brighter outside than it was inside.
then you come around the curtain or around whatever the partition is and toss the canister?
Yeah.
Walk me through from there.
Then I raised the shotgun and saw that people were getting up in the back left corner. So I shot up that direction, and then I don't remember any of the other shots of the shotgun.
Any idea why those people were getting up in the back left corner?
Well, they could see me all decked out with my guns and stuff.
Okay. So you shot in that direction. Do you know whether you hit anything?
I heard a scream.
You heard a scream?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened next?
And I shot all my shotgun rounds and tossed it on the floor.
Slow down a little because I want to kind of each step, if you don't mind. You shot how many times toward the folks in the upper left?
I think the shotgun held 5 or 6 shells. So
Okay.
I shot all 6 of them.
Emptied in that direction, okay. Go ahead, please.
I didn't know what, just in the direction of the people. I don't remember after the back corner where I fired them.
Okay.
But then I threw the gun down and switched to the AR-15. And I don't remember where I shot those ones either, except for 2 people who tried to run away, and I shot 3 shots at them.
But there were many more people in the theater than the 2 who were trying to run away.
Right.
Did their running away prompt you to shoot them?
It made me kind of focus on them or divert my attention to them because I can't have everybody running away from the scene.
Tell me what you mean. I can't have everybody running away.
Well, because then I'm kind of out of control of the situation.
While you were firing, did anybody get out while you were firing?
Yeah, the 2 people who ran away, and then afterwards, 4 people I think carried a guy out, and they got out the back exit, the emergency exit.
Okay, so they came out the exit you came in?
Yeah.
And I think we'll get to them in a minute. So you're firing the AR now?
Yep.
And tell me how you fire an AR with the gas mask on.
You put it up to your shoulder and start shooting.
Can you sight down the barrel with the gas mask on?
I had a scope on it, but I didn't use it to sight. I just shot randomly.
In the direction of people But randomly would apply
randomly towards the people.
towards, okay. At least some of the time you were trying to shoot specific people.
Right. So those two people who ran were the specific people. And then there was one other guy, which they carried out, who was a specific person I shot at.
Do you recall shooting anyone who you knew was already hit?
No, because I couldn't tell who was hit or not. You can't see.
Did you see anyone fall from being hit?
No.
Really?
They got down kind of behind the seats pretty fast.
You didn't see anyone actually hit by bullets or shells or shot?
I saw the one wounded guy they carried out kind of flop, but I didn't see where I hit him, or that was the only one.
Did you see the hit with anybody?
What do you mean by
That the fellow being carried out, you knew he had been hit.
right?
Did you see it when he was hit?
I determined that he was hit because he flopped.
Was there any point at which you saw the hit on anybody?
No, I don't think so.
You remember seeing the hit on anything? So you hit a wall, hit a seat.
No.
How about the sound? What did all that sound like?
Well, I'd had my music in to drown out sounds, and I guess I didn't hear much.
How high was the music turned up?
To its full volume.
Full volume. So what could you hear besides the music?
I don't remember hearing the gunshots.
And you don't recall what the music was, but just that it was
Well,
techno,
just that it was playing.
and it was techno?
Yeah.
You don't recall hearing the sound of the guns, the report from the guns?
No, although I could when I was out on the range with my music playing. Then
So on the range, you used the buds as well.
I did the music thing too. Yeah,
How did you do that with the noise cancellation headphones?
I didn't use them all the time. I used my wireless headphones for some of the other time.
What do you make of the fact that you don't recall hearing the reports, the shooting sounds in the theater, even though they were
I
released
don't
as
know.
loud?
I think it was chaotic, kind of a chaotic situation.
Do you think you heard them and don't remember hearing them?
I think I
Because of
heard
this-
them, but I don't recall the gunshot sound.
Anything else that you heard besides the music?
No,
You said a minute ago that you heard the people up in the far
I
end
heard the
screen.
one person scream at the beginning, and that was that. I didn't hear anything else.
Did the music stop at any point, or did it keep going the whole time?
It was set to play the whole time. I don't know if it did or not, because I wasn't really hearing the music either.
Tell me about that. You weren't really hearing the music either.
Yeah, I don't remember the music.
So even if it had paused or was between beats or between songs, you don't remember things being heard in the course of what happened.
Right. Yeah.
Other senses, did you smell anything? Even with the
No,
gas
I
mask?
had a gas mask, but
There are certain smells you can smell through the gas mask.
I didn't smell any of it.
Could you smell the
Tear gas.
riot gas? Yeah.
No.
Any physical sensations on your body that you were aware of?
No.
Heat, cold, sweat,
Nope.
tingle,
None of that.
the feel of the floor under your boots, the weight of the weapon in your hand, any of that?
No.
What do you make of at least your memory today is that you didn't feel it? What do you make of it? It's a pretty important event.
Right. So I didn't remember every detail.
What you're sort of saying is that in terms of some things, you don't remember any details.
Yeah, it was kind of blocked out.
Do you think it's been blocked?
Blocked
And
out then.
I don't know the answer to this either. Do you think it's been blocked since the event, or do you think it was blocked during the event and you weren't perceiving anything at that time? What do you think?
During the event.
You've dropped the shotgun. You're using the AR. Are you moving around? Are you standing still? What?
I'm basically in that corner the whole time, except for once I go into the light, which is later. the lighted hallway.
Move me through up to that point, can you? What gets us to
There's the emergency exit, and I go in. It's in the corner, and I shoot people from the corner.
emergency exit down low? Their exit outside or an exit at the back of the theater?
The emergency exit is at the back of the theater.
I'm not picturing it quite. There's an emergency exit down by the screen,
Which is at the back of the theater.
Okay. Is there also an exit behind the seats, up
No,
in the direction of the seats?
there's two corridors or aisleways besides the seats and they go to the front door of that theater.
The ordinary doors that would lead out.
Double doors, yeah.
At any point, did you go to those doors?
No, I went halfway down the aisleway.
About halfway to the doors. On which side?
Well, coming from in through the emergency exit on the left side.
Okay. Tell me about that walk and what you were doing as you walked there.
I was checking the weapon, and I discharged the magazine that had misfired. I was trying to put a new one in, but they wouldn't go inside they wouldn't click in there.
Okay. So as you were, what was your purpose of walking up that aisle?
To be able to see, because I couldn't see very well in the corner. And it was a safer spot to reload.
Was it a better lit? Is that one of the things you're saying?
Yes, the aisleways are lit while the...
Okay. And a safer spot to reload.
Right, so because they couldn't see me in there.
So this wasn't along seats. This was in some way that the seats
It was like, this is the aisleway, and the seats would go up and it goes down.
and you went down. So what happened? Did the magazines wouldn't click into the AR?
Right.
Then what happened?
Then I walked out. I think before I went into the aisleway, I shot some with the handgun, but I don't remember shooting the handgun.
Before you went into the aisle. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't remember shooting it, but you think you probably shot some people with the handgun.
Well, I've known afterwards because it got revealed by lawyers in court that I shot the handgun.
Okay. The shooting that you did any of it occur any place other than down near the screen where you came in from the outside door?
No, it was all in that one corner.
Did you walk up the aisles at all and look down the aisles to see if there was anybody behind seats or anything like
No,
that?
I didn't walk up into the stands.
Okay. What else about being in there? It happened, or did you feel or experience or sense?
There wasn't anything else.
Remember muzzle flash?
No.
Had you practiced the process of changing the weapons, emptying the shotgun, dropping it, starting with the AR? Had you practiced that before?
Not dropping the shotgun or anything, but yeah, inserting the magazines and reloading, I'd practice that.
Why do you suppose the reloading was so difficult this time with the AR?
It didn't work. I think the main reason why was because it was so dark. It was hard to see.
Okay. They're shaped a certain way so that they can only go in one way.
Right. Yeah.
And you were aware of that. You were putting
They're
them in,
curved.
right? So you put them in with the curve the right direction,
Right.
forward.
Yeah.
Okay. I mentioned this when we were talking about the range. My understanding of those magazines is that they need not to be completely filled in order to minimize the chance of a jam.
I didn't know that.
Okay. You've got the music on. You're not aware right now of having heard anything. Was there any outward indication of how people were feeling or reacting to what you were doing?
No, when I was walking back from the aisleway, I turned and looked at the stands and they were completely empty, except for like the first row where people were ducking down.
Do you think they knew that you had walked back up that aisleway and that's why they were ducking down, or am I missing that?
I think they'd previously been ducking down and were still ducking down while I returned.
So what do people feel when there's someone in the front right corner of the theater, shooting, loud weapons and screams being heard, things like that.
What's the question?
What do people feel when they're experiencing that?
Terror, I would say.
Can you expand on terror?
Will they be very afraid and kind of unbelieving that that could be happening at the moment?
What do people feel when someone near them gets shot?
That there needs to be help coming.
What do they feel when they get shot?
Shock.
Anything else?
Just reaching out for help.
I think we've been over this a little bit, but have you ever been seriously injured?
No.
Certainly not shot.
Right.
Okay. Do you remember what it felt like to pull triggers?
No, I had gloves on.
Did you practice with the gloves?
Yeah, at the gun range, I put the gloves on as well.
Do the gloves have a light trigger finger, less material on the finger, on the index
I think
finger?
it was like neoprene material or something.
What do you suppose the people heard? They didn't have earbuds in. What did they hear?
Yelling and screaming. And I think the fire alarm or the emergency alarm went off. I think it was making noise.
I'm sorry?
It was probably making noise too,
Okay.
but I didn't hear it.
What about the light in the theater? How light was it?
It was dark.
Do you recall how long the movie continued to play, or did it continue to play?
It continued to play the whole time I was there.
Okay. Can you picture yourself in your mind now in front of that screen with the movie playing in the background, you in the foreground, like a shadow, I guess, with guns blazing?
I can't see me firing. I can see me at that location though.
What do you make of? I don't understand. You can't see yourself firing, but you can see yourself at the location.
Right.
What do you
Pointing the weapon.
Is there a reason that you can't see yourself firing?
That's just what I couldn't see at the moment right now.
I'm sorry?
That's just what I couldn't see right now at the moment.
Can you cause yourself to see that? See yourself firing?
Yes.
What do you see?
Bullets going towards seats.
Bullets going toward the seats. What else?
That's it.
Are the bullets going toward anything else besides seats?
No.
People?
All the people are hiding behind the seats.
About 65 or 70 of them obviously went toward people, didn't they?
So yeah, I assume it went through the seats and hit them.
Really? Really?
Yeah.
How many folks do you suppose were hit directly, and how many the bullets went through the seats and hit them?
Maybe like 4 or 5 directly, and then the rest were behind the seat hits.
Really? Okay.
But I can't remember seeing it.
Okay. The shotgun. You were shooting BB shot.
Yeah.
You think that would go through a theater seat?
I fired that one first, so that was the 4 or 5, which were kind of at people.
Okay. The AR, the loads that you had, would they go through theater seats?
I don't know. I didn't test it. It would be pretty hard to test it.
Did you plan for it to go through seats?
I thought they would go through seats because they're rifle round.
Was that part of the assumption for getting people killed? Or no, I don't mean to put words in your mouth.
I'm not sure what the question is. What's the assumption that?
You wanted to kill people.
Right.
As you were planning to do it in this way, was the plan generally that you would be killing at least some of them by shooting through theater seats? Or was that not particularly thought beforehand?
That didn't come around beforehand.
How did you think they would be killed beforehand?
Sitting in their seats.
Thinking about it beforehand, did you think that some people would be running or hunkering down?
Yes. That's why I left an exit route available so they don't fight. They can escape by running down the right aisleway.
Okay. And what would happen then if they're running down the right aisleway?
Well, I wound up shooting at them, but only a few tried it, I guess.
But what you just said is that part of the plan was that they would run down the exit aisleway to be shot.
To escape.
But the plan was that you would shoot them while they were running down the aisleway, or do I misunderstand?
No, the plan was to contain them so they wouldn't start running. But I'd left that aisleway because I was kind of blocking the left aisleway and the emergency exit. So the only exit would be that right aisleway.
So why did you leave them that exit?
Because it was far away from me. And they wouldn't attack me, come down and run and attack me.
So the thought was they would go there rather than attack you.
Right, they'd run away.
Kind of a pressure valve, I guess.
Yeah, pressure release valve. Let them go down that way.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let them go down that way so they don't attack where I am at.
Okay. Those that did run that way, did you shoot at them or no?
Yeah.
Hit some of them?
No, I don't believe so.
Sorry.
I think there were 3 shots though that went through the wall and into Theater 8.
Were you trying to?
I didn't know it would do that.
Were you trying to shoot them?
Yes, I was aiming at them.
Okay. The question in my mind, I guess, and I think you've answered it, but maybe not. In one scenario, you create a chute in which people go so that you can kill them. It becomes, in a sense, a killing field. In the other scenario, which you just explained, you create a pressure valve to protect yourself from being overrun.
Right, I didn't create a kill and shoot.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Thanks for clarifying. Okay. You remember the reloading, you remember the jamming, but you don't remember any noises over the music
After the scream, though.
after the scream. You don't remember any particular feelings. I was talking about physical feelings, one way or another, of heat or cold or sweat or
No.
movement or tingling or pressure or pain.
Nope.
Okay. Was there any reasonable probability that someone you knew would be in the theater?
No.
And why do you say that?
Because the probability is very, very low. They could have gone to another theater around Stapleton. They would have had to have going to the premiere, and they'd have to have been in Theater 9 instead of Theater 8 or Theater 10.
Was this a theater that folks near you, folks from the campus, frequently went to, or was it pretty much out of the way for them, not a common
No,
theater?
it was close enough that they could have gone to.
Did you go to the movies very much? I know you watched a lot of Netflix. Did you go out to the movies very much?
When I was taking reconnaissance.
Other times, did you go to theaters by yourself or with friends? to see movies?
Sometimes, yeah.
Ever accidentally see anybody you knew there?
No, I'd usually go with somebody that I knew there.
Ever accidentally see someone in the theater or in the concession stand that you happen to know?
No.
Okay. When it was over, when your shooting was over, how many people do you think did you think you had hit?
I think I hit maybe 20 people and maybe killed only 3 people. So
Sorry.
I wasn't sure I'd actually killed anybody at that time until they said there were people deceased over the police radios.
But at the time that you finished shooting and left the building,
Yeah,
I know that you didn't know for sure, but your impression was
somebody's probably died.
roughly 20 and 3.
Yeah.
There's a phrase, kill ratio. How many rounds did you shoot?
Well, I wasn't counting at the time.
Roughly how many rounds did you shoot?
They said in court, I think, 50 or 60 rounds.
How many did you think you shot? What was the impression that you had at the time?
Well, I know that I shot all the shotgun rounds. I don't know how many of the AR-15 rounds I shot. I thought maybe only like 15.
The clips are 30 or 31 shells, right? Or I could be wrong about that.
The clips I had were, I believe, 40 or 45.
Okay.
And I had one snail loader magazine clip that was 100, which was the one I was shooting off at the start.
Okay. Did that one jam, or did you?
That was the one that jammed.
Okay. And the handgun rounds?
I think I shot maybe 10.
So as you were going out, your thought of what had just happened would have been that you had shot roughly how many rounds?
I wasn't thinking about that at the time.
Okay.
I was thinking about police presence.
Okay. There are lots of things I know that I missed asking about with that. Is there anything else about the experience inside the theater that sticks in your mind that you remember vividly?
This one guy in the front row was smiling. I thought it was kind of odd that he was smiling.
At what point was he smiling? When did you see
This
him?
was when I was going to leave, going towards the exit, and just looked back and saw that he was smiling.
What do you make of that?
I think it's probably a stress reaction that he did.
As far as you know, did he look alive?
Yeah, he was alive and moving a little bit.
Can you theorize about that? Just kind of blue sky, let your mind wander about that guy? What was going on with that guy?
I wondered why he had that reaction.
What might it have been? Just we'll probably never know. But what might it have been if you were to spin out a story about that guy? You look back and here's a guy smiling.
That it was probably a nervous or anxious smile.
Do you have any feelings about it when you look back?
No.
Any thoughts about it?
No.
Any thought of shooting him or leaving more quickly or being afraid of him or anything like that?
No, no.
Did you have any usable rounds, any usable weapons when you left? Or was everything either empty or jammed?
The handgun, I had probably 100 or 100 to 200 rounds maybe left.
In your jacket?
And that wasn't jammed. Yeah, in my belt and
in your belt?
in the ballistic vest, there were also a couple.
The clip that was in the weapon, was it emptied as far as you recall?
It wasn't emptied. No.
So you could have kept shooting.
Yes.
Why do you suppose you didn't?
I wanted to fix the AR-15.
Okay. Is that why you were leaving at the time? Was to go out and fix the AR?
I don't remember if that's the reason why I left or if I just left because I was done shooting.
And I'm interested in that. You just said you wanted to fix the AR, and I kind of interrupted you.
That's kind of why I went to the light in the aisleway.
Okay, okay. But then at some point, fairly soon, or no, you went back down and out the back exit.
Once I couldn't fix it, I kind of left. And then I tossed down the AR-15 outside.
And you said it yesterday as well, that your leaving may have been just that you were done.
Yeah, I guess I'd shot enough rounds or whatever.
You go outside, you go through that door. Has anyone else gone through the door in front of you?
Yes, there were the 4 people carrying the one wounded guy. They carried him pretty far away from the back exit.
So what do you see, and what happens as you're going out through the very back exit?
I see a car parked along the road that looks like a police car with their headlights on. So I kind of figured the police were already there. So I went back towards my car and opened the door. And then I saw 2 more police and towards the left.
Okay. As you went to your car, did you see anything on the ground or anything around you? Was there anything?
There were some small blood smears.
Okay. At what point did you take off your gas mask?
The officers removed those.
So at the point we're now talking about, you're going out toward your car, you still have the gas mask on?
Correct.
So you're towards your car. There are a couple of officers. The way you indicated, they were on your left.
Yeah, towards the emergency exit of Theater 8.
And what are you doing at this particular point? You opened the door to your car, you said.
And then I just stand there and watch them.
When you opened your car door, did the dome light come on?
The what light?
The light inside the car? When you open a car door, a light comes on, usually.
Right.
Usually.
I don't remember if it did or not.
Do you remember fixing it so that it wouldn't or not?
What do you mean fixing it?
You can usually make it so that when you open the car door, the light comes on, or make it so that when you open the car door, it doesn't come on.
I don't remember.
Oh. Okay. So you open the door and you're standing there. What happens then?
I take off my belt and put the handgun on the top of the car. And then the police officers come towards me and I put my hands up and surrender.
Did you put your hands up before they told you to or asked you to?
Before, yeah.
What were you thinking then? What was your thought? What was your feeling
They
then?
wouldn't shoot me because I was surrendering.
Why did you think they wouldn't shoot you?
Because I made a surrendering motion.
If anyone in the theater had made a surrendering motion, would you have shot that person?
I don't know, and I don't know if any of them did or not.
And it's a
come out.
hypothetical situation.
Yeah.
But you described yourself when you're on the, let's say, victim end of expecting not to be shot.
I didn't know if I would be shot or not.
Okay, fair enough. So you put your arms up. What happens then?
Then they tell me to show the hands. So I take my gloves off and show the hands. And then get down on the ground. And then they handcuff me on the back.
Did they handle you pretty roughly or not? Or how did that go?
It didn't seem that rough. It seemed like they were just doing their job.
Okay. We've talked a little about the effect of the shooting on people in the auditorium who are hit or who have people near them who are hit. We talked a little yesterday about the effect on the families of people who were hit. What about the effect on the community? What do you think the effect on the community has been?
I think it made the community more tightly knit.
Made the community more tightly knit? Anything else?
No.
Before the event, before you got there, was there any plan to affect the community in some way, as well as to affect the people in the theater?
No, I wasn't considering the community.
Were you considering how you might be remembered?
No, I was just occupied with getting it done.
Okay. You made a notebook that has to do with how you'd be remembered, among other reasons.
Right,
You took selfies that had to do pretty specifically with how you'd be remembered.
right. I don't think people were going to remember me for any other reason.
Is it important to you to be remembered? Let me rephrase that. At the time, was it important to James Holmes to be remembered?
I don't know if I came up with that at the time.
As well as to affect the people in the theater?
No, I wasn't considering the community.
Were you considering how you might be remembered?
No, I was just occupied with getting it done.
Okay. You made a notebook that has to do with how you'd be remembered, among other reasons.
Right,
You took selfies that had to do pretty specifically with how you'd be remembered.
right. I don't think people were going to remember me for any other reason.
Is it important to you to be remembered? Let me rephrase that. At the time, was it important to James Holmes to be remembered?
I don't know if I came up with that at the time. Or if I analyzed what all the pictures meant.
And analyzing is probably not what most folks would do anyway, but the behavior, the thing that you did, what you've said to me is that your reason for doing it was so you would be remembered in a certain way. So people would see the picture, for example, with the pictures, and infer certain things about James Holmes, and that's how that would affect how he was remembered. I
Right.
guess.
I think they remember me as a bad guy.
Did you anticipate that before the shooting, that they would remember you as a bad guy?
No, I don't remember bringing me up at all.
Let me come back to the kind of the point of my question earlier. Is it important to be remembered?
That depends on who you ask and what their beliefs
But
are.
I'm asking James
Is it
Holmes.
important to me to be
Yes,
remembered?
yes. And specifically, was it important for you to be remembered in the first half of 2012?
I'd say yes.
Tell me about being remembered and how you thought about or may have thought about being remembered in April, May, June, July of 2012.
I don't know how to answer that.
How'd you want to be remembered?
I don't remember that being a reason at the time.
A reason for what?
A reason for doing the shooting was to be remembered. I don't remember that at the time of the shooting, that being a factor coming into play.
Okay. But it had to do with the selfies, or at least considering sending the selfies to the New York Times. I know you didn't do it, but the consideration of sending.
It's kind of a reason behind why I did that, that what didn't surface consciously.
How, at that time, do you think you would have wanted to be remembered?
It didn't come up.
But thinking about it now, thinking about what James was like 2011, 2012, if I had asked you then, how do you want to be remembered, James? What do you suppose would have come
As
to
a
mind?
good person.
What else?
For my achievements,
Achievements like?
like successful graduate degree, good in high school, that kind of thing.
As you moved toward the mission, and the mission becomes a bigger and bigger part of your life over months or weeks anyway, do you see any difference in the way you might want to be remembered or the way you're going to end up being remembered?
Yeah, I would be remembered in a poor light.
Poor light is one adjective, I guess, or adverb, whatever it is. How about some other descriptors? How you end up being remembered?
As mentally ill or different from the norm.
How else?
Being successful with the mission. I don't know.
How else?
I don't think there were any other ones.
Before the mission, I think you used the word successful, but maybe you didn't use that word about, for example, a neuroscience profession, perhaps,
Right.
or your work in undergraduate school. Then you use the word successful with regard to the mission.
So I accomplished what I set out to do.
Okay. At the time, just after the shooting, you thought maybe you had hit 20 people and killed 3, you weren't sure.
Right.
Would that have been a success?
3 or more in my view would have been a success.
12?
Successful.
Where on the scale of little success to really big success? Where does-
Moderate.
Moderate. How about the 50 some odd people who are injured?
Collateral damage.
So does that come under the success column or not?
It doesn't play a factor.
Does it detract from the success?
No.
Is there any level of collateral damage that would detract from the success of 12 kills?
Oh no.
1,000 wounded.
I'd only count the kills.
The collateral damage of damaged families, things that we talked about the last couple of days,
Right.
losing a parent, things like that.
Never came under consideration.
How about now? Does it count against the kills?
No.
A slightly different question. Does it matter?
Does what matter?
All the collateral damage.
Yes.
How does it matter?
Well, people were maimed and wounded and injured.
Yeah, we know that part. How does it matter to you? To you?
Well, it's not good.
In what way?
In that they had to be injured for me to kill the other people.
Yeah, we know that they were injured for you to kill the other people. I'm asking you how it matters to you. If it does, you said it matters. It doesn't matter in terms of detracting from the kills,
Right.
but you say it matters in some other way or ways.
Right. Because if I put my shoes into their situation, I wouldn't want that have that happen to me.
If you could have killed 12 people without the injuries and the family damage and things like that,
Then if I had that choice versus another choice with the wounded, I would choose the one with less wounded.
you would have chosen the one with less collateral damage.
Yes.
Okay. Do you suppose if you'd set your head to it, you could have killed 12 people without the collateral damage?
Not easily.
Was this mission easy?
No, it took a lot of planning,
Yes, it did. Time, planning, danger for you.
resources.
What do you suppose the time, planning, and resources to kill 12 people without the collateral damage would have taken, more or less?
It would have taken more time, more resources.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think you could have killed 12 people in less time with fewer resources than you expended with the mission?
Then I would have needed to execute the people, go up to them and shoot them in the head or something. And I can't do that for whatever reason.
You can't do that way?
I can't do that for whatever reason
What are the whatever?
because it makes it too personal.
Some of the people in the theater were pretty close.
Yeah, I didn't know them. I didn't see who I was
You
shooting.
wouldn't have known the people on the street if that's where you would choose to execute them.
Right, but I would be executing individuals instead of a crowd.
You weren't executing individuals in the theater?
No, I was just aiming at the crowd.
Can you think of any other plan in which you might have been able to isolate 12 people without getting personal and avoid injuring 50 some odd people and et cetera?
I don't have a plan for that off the top
Do you
of my
think
head.
you could create one?
Yes, it would take a long time though.
You took a long time with this plan.
Right.
Okay. The alternatives that you looked at for this plan, the ones you looked at, some of them would have involved more kills or would likely have involved more kills.
What would have involved more kills?
The various alternatives that are written out in your notebook
Okay.
that you eliminated as you moved toward this particular mission.
They could have involved more kills. It's possible.
And as you were anticipating the mission, it sounds like you said 3 kills would have made it worthwhile.
At least.
At least 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Were there any other intended or unintended effects of the mission, the actual shooting event in the theater? Anything else relevant or important that was intended or unintended that you can think of?
No,
Damage to the theater?
I'd say that's minor when compared to wounding people and killing people.
How about the effect of your being arrested?
It prevents me from killing other people.
Tell me about that. Is that a good effect or a bad effect or a neutral effect or a planned effect?
It's just the result.
Intentional or unintentional?
It was not my intentions to be locked up. No.
Really? What did you think the chances were of you not being locked up?
Very slim. So I knew I was going to be locked up, but that doesn't mean I wanted to be locked up.
That kind of begs the question. So why did you do something that would make it virtually certain you'd be locked up or killed?
That's just the price you have to pay for completing the mission.
And the benefit of completing the mission is?
Increasing my self-worth.
As I think about it in my simple mind, I think sometimes missions are done to get something, such as to increase self-worth, as in your case, the way you view it. Other times, people do things defensively to prevent themselves from being killed or hurt or to stop something.
Okay. I don't think I came in with that reasoning during the time.
Okay. Let's talk a little about the arrest. You've never been arrested before. What was it like being arrested?
Pretty much what you see on TV, kind of.
But what was it personally like for you?
It was everything I expected it would be.
And what is that?
Just routine.
No. What was your personal experience with being arrested?
I had never been arrested before.
You're not answering the question.
Well, I don't understand the question.
No, it's a real simple question. What was your personal experience? How did it feel? What did you experience in the process of being arrested?
I didn't have any feelings
Really?
about it. No.
Try again.
I just kind of felt it was something that was going to be done.
You're having trouble talking about the feelings of being arrested.
I didn't have any feelings.
As if either it didn't matter, it really at that time to you didn't make any more difference than being served a cup of coffee, or the feelings are somewhere and you're not able to get to them, or the feelings are there and you're not sharing.
It's not the last one.
Okay. Is it the first one that it had no more effect on you at the time?
It's not every day you get arrested.
Right.
Right.
That's why I'm asking you, what does it feel like to get arrested?
Oh, how long do you propose the arrested? Is it like before you get admitted to jail, or
Go ahead.
on
You go
up
ahead.
until the patrol car?
You go ahead.
It was just expected that they handcuff me and put me in the back of the patrol car. There were no surprises.
What did it feel like to have the handcuffs close around your wrist?
They were pretty tight, so it hurt.
There's a feeling. There's an experience. Tell me more about that experience from the time the officers put the handcuffs on.
Well, it was uncomfortable. You kind of have to submit to their authority. That's about it.
Are you accustomed to submitting to other people's authority or not?
Yeah, you work for your boss, your advisor, your professors.
These were people who weren't the usual people that you, quote, submit to.
Right, and it was physical submission instead of mental submission.
Do you remember the trip to the lockup to the Aurora Police Department?
Yeah, they drove me over. There was only one guy in the car. There were flashing lights all around.
One guy in the car, the driver?
Yeah.
You're in the back seat.
So I guess there's two guys in the car.
No, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to trick you there. But there wasn't a partner. There wasn't an accompanying officer.
Right, there was only the one.
You're in the back seat, handcuffed behind?
Yeah, behind the back.
How about your feet? Are they shackled?
No.
You get to the Aurora Police Department. They do some in-processing for you. What's that like?
They take your fingerprints, take your photo.
How did that feel to you? That's a new experience for you.
Well, before that was they take you to the interrogation room, and they left me there for hours and hours and hours.
Really? Before they even fingerprinted you and
Right.
did the photo?
Yeah.
What was it like in the interrogation?
It's a windowless room with like a camera in the corner. There's not much to do. Nothing to do really.
And they just left you there? Was there anybody outside the door or anybody in the room?
Yeah, they had a guard sit inside the room, and at the door too.
What'd you do while you were waiting?
I was fidgety. Like they put bags on my hands for GSR residue testing, I think.
Did you expect those pieces of the process of being arrested?
Yeah, just from watching like CSI.
Okay. So it sounds like you knew what the bags were in general intended for.
I thought they looked like popcorn bags at the time. So like they were going to microwave my hands or something.
What's it like to have your hands inside bags? I assume taped to the wrist or something like that.
Well, you can't scratch an itch or anything.
You mentioned that there was nothing to do, and I'm not sure you used the word boring, but even though there was a guy there, a guard there, what are you doing with the bags on your hands?
Oh, I was doing like sock puppets or something.
Then what happened?
Then they took me down to booking and did all the fingerprinting, strip search, all that stuff.
Did anybody come in to try to interrogate you before you went to booking?
Yeah, 2 detectives. I said I wanted a lawyer after they said the Miranda rights.
This may sound like a silly question, but it's really not. Why did you want a lawyer?
To be protected.
In what way protected?
From incriminating myself. Anyway.
It sounds like you had, within the plan, 2 possible outs, dying and going to prison.
Right.
Slim chance of getting away. That's now gone.
Right.
In what way did you need to be protected from incriminating yourself if that was the path that was now there?
Well, you're supposed to ask for a lawyer instead of letting them interrogate you. That's what I garnered from.
As you're sitting there, what did you think the possible outcomes were then? A lawyer would come and legally help you, I suppose. What would be the difference between a well protected or defended by lawyer defense and one that was not well protected?
They make me talk, and I don't like talking.
They make me talk, and I don't like talking.
Right? They'd interrogate me.
Okay. Did you eventually get interrogated anyway?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. They denied my lawyer to come in, even though he was there at the jail.
Was that the time they were asking about the apartment?
They were asking about, bombs.
Okay. That's a kind of a special kind of interrogation, I guess. It has to do with your apartment and with the danger from the bombs and incendiary things.
Right. So I told them all about it.
How did it go? How did it happen that you told them all about it? What was the benefit to telling them all about it?
Well, they originally said children would probably get hurt.
And that, how did that change, if it did, the view that you didn't want to talk?
Oh, I didn't want children to get hurt, so I talked to them.
Sounds like you were pretty cooperative in telling them about the apartment, dude.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. As you're at the station and it's done, not only is it done, but you're now contained. What's the feeling that you have?
What's going to happen next, kind of a thing.
Okay, what's going to happen next? Any other feelings come to mind?
Just that feeling that it's finished.
Was there anything else? You said finished. Can you think of anything else that needed doing?
No.
Eventually, they took you to the Arapahoe County Jail.
Right.
How long afterward? Was that the day, the same day that they took you to the Arapahoe County Jail?
What's the question?
Did they take you to the Arapahoe County Jail on the same day?
On that Friday, yeah.
So you didn't have to spend the night in a lockup at Aurora PD?
I was in the interrogation almost all night, and they took me in the morning
Did they offer you any food or water or things
in
like
the jail. Yeah.
chance to use the restroom?
There's I was in a cell with John.
Once you left the Aurora County Jail, did they tell you where they were taking you? Or the Aurora lockup? Did they tell you where they were taking you?
No, they didn't tell me. They just took me there.
Okay. What was it like to go to court? You've been in court several times. What was it like the first time, for example?
Oh, I don't remember what. I think I was like, just trying to pay attention.
The first time you went to court, they would have had to bring you from the Arapahoe County Jail to court, right?
Yeah, there's a tunnel underground that goes in.
And you're sitting in court for some procedure hearing. I'm not sure I know the name of it. There's a judge. You're sitting there, your lawyer. What do you remember about that event?
I don't remember anything from it.
Do you remember the judge talking?
I know he talked. I don't remember what he talked about.
Do you remember your lawyer talking with you?
No.
Do you remember your lawyer talking with you in the room where lawyers talk with defendants? There's a little room. I think it's the same place where you met with your folks.
Do I remember my first lawyer's visit? Is it?
That's a better way to put it. Thank you.
Yeah. And I told him about the notebook. So they tried to see if they could recover that. And then,
You told them about the notebook. Did you mail the notebook?
yes.
Anything else? I'm not trying to get into your legal strategy at all.
I told him I love my parents,
Okay.
my family.
So you remember a little bit about that meeting, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Okay. Fairly soon thereafter, you were in court.
Right.
Remember anything about being in court?
No.
What the room looked like?
It's the same room that I've been in.
Okay, what does the room look like? What's it look like?
It's hard to describe it. Well, there were the jury seat, the jury boxes, a table. I sat at the table.
Okay.
The prosecutor sat at a different table.
Did it make you nervous to be in court?
I don't think so. No.
You've got somebody up there, the judge, that's.
I don't have to do anything. I just sit there.
But the judge has got his fate in your hands, and it's out of your hands.
Yeah.
He's got your fate in his hands, and it's out of your hands.
Right. So there's nothing I really need to do.
Do you like it when your fate's in other people's hands?
No.
But it didn't bother you in the court, as far as you remember.
Right. Yes.
How about other times in courts, hearings and things like that? Do you remember those times?
They all started to blend together. But yeah, I remember seeing specific witnesses and stuff.
What was the last time you were in court? Or roughly when?
Maybe 2 weeks ago, I think.
Do you remember what was being talked about in that hearing or that event?
Yeah, they were asking professional witnesses or professional experts on their like procedures and qualifications.
Okay.
So like firearms and tool marks specialists, gunshot residue specialists.
Okay. Of course, that's much more recent, and it's as you are today, not necessarily as you were 2 years ago. I'm real interested in how you perceived things in court 2 years ago or 18 months ago.
Just that I wished it would go faster than it was going. Taking long.
Once you got to Arapahoe Jail, Dr. Woodcock saw you there, I think, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember Dr. Sather?
Yes, I think he was the treating psychiatrist of the jail, maybe.
That may be Dr. Mosier.
That's Dr. Mosier, yeah. Dr. Sather, no, I don't remember.
Okay. Tell me about Dr. Mosier. What's your experience early on with Dr. Mosier, if you remember?
He just asked if I was having side effects with the medications.
Were there medications early on?
No, they came at that fall incident.
At some point, you pled through your lawyers, not guilty by reason of insanity.
Right.
Okay. What do you think about that plea for you?
I think it's really the only plea available.
What do you think about it as a descriptor of you?
That's the most accurate one.
The most accurate one? The most fair one?
Fair compared to, I'm not sure about that word.
However you want to interpret it. I'm a shrink, remember? I get to ask open-ended.
I guess it's fair, yeah.
Okay. What are the possible pleas that you have or had available to you? Do you know?
You could plead guilty. You plead not guilty by reason of insanity. And then you plead not guilty, which is probably very, very unlikely that would have been
We may have touched on this a little bit. Any thoughts or feelings about the various possible outcomes of your trial eventually? What might happen?
Well, they might kill me, or they might lock me up in prison, or they might lock me up here at CMHIP.
You said a couple of hours ago, I guess now, that between being in prison and being executed,
Roughly
equal. Any other thoughts or feelings about the possible outcomes of a trial?
No.
What about the possible outcome of going to a hospital, such as this, I suppose? I'm not sure in Colorado.
What's the possible outcome?
You mentioned two outcomes: being executed, to use your phrase, being killed.
Yeah.
The second was going to prison. And you mentioned the third,
Yeah.
going to a hospital.
Right.
Okay. What do you think about that outcome, that possible outcome?
It's possible.
Good, bad, indifferent, fair, not fair, likely, not likely?
Low chance, I would say.
If it were to happen, good, bad, indifferent, better than prison, worse than prison, better than execution, worse than execution?
Well, it's better food at least.
We do know that, don't we?
Yeah.
Anything else that would make it better or worse? Or about the same?
It seems pretty similar to jail, but this is a special situation they have me in.
One of the things I seem to notice is that at jail, almost no one talks to you.
All right, they'll talk when they serve dinner, basically, just like hellos and kind of.
If you were to talk to them, do you think they'd talk to you more or not?
Well, yeah, I think they're open to communication.
Here, people talk to you a lot.
There's not much else to do. Yeah, they talk a lot, so that's a downside for me.
That's a downside
Yeah.
for you. So the fact that this is a little more, slightly different word, a little more social place, is a downside for you? Is that what you
Yeah.
would say or not what you would say?
Yeah, it's fair to say.
Okay. With the notebook, you sent some other things. You remember what else you sent with the notebook?
Can you give me some sort of context?
What else? You remember what else was in the package besides the notebook?
Burned currency.
Tell me about the burned currency.
Well, I figured I wouldn't have any use for money afterwards, so I destroyed the currency.
Was that all your money?
No, it was about as much as I could take out from the ATM machine.
Tell me what that process was. What did you do in terms of getting the money?
I rode my bike over to the ATM machine and tried to pull out as much money as I could with my debit card and my credit card.
How much did you get?
I think 400 or 600.
Okay. What day was this?
I don't know.
Was it the day that you mailed it or close
No,
to that
it
day?
was close to that date.
Okay.
Early July.
So you took the money out. What were your thoughts as you decided to go get the money, as you got the money? One thought you mentioned that I won't have much need for money.
Right.
What else? Any other thoughts? Or
No, not really. That was the main one.
what did you think Dr. Fenton would think or infer from finding the money in the package?
Well, one of the reasons I didn't stay with Benton was because my insurance was going to get canceled because I dropped out graduate school, and she charged like $80 an hour, so it would have been unreasonable to have sessions without the insurance.
What does that have to do with sending money with the notebook?
That money didn't matter anymore.
But I asked you what Fenton would think, and your answer was something having to do with what she charged for sessions. I don't understand the connection between that and the money that's in the package.
Money was a factor in me not continuing on the therapy with Benton.
And we know that. But why put money in the package? You weren't going to have any more sessions.
Right.
Why send her money?
Wasn't there burnt money?
Why send her burnt money?
To show that was a reason why I didn't come back to her.
At the time, did you expect that she would put all that together? Because it's very confusing to me.
At the time, I don't know what I was thinking.
Any other reason you think that you included the money, and particularly that it was burnt? It was burnt in a certain way, wasn't it? On the corners.
Yeah, that didn't mean anything special.
Okay. Why was it burnt on the corners and not elsewhere?
So it could still be identifiable as money.
Okay. And once again, what she would think when she opens it up and sees burnt currency, what do you think she was likely to think about that, or to think that you were communicating to her?
That money was an issue.
An issue for?
For the shooting.
That money was an issue for the shooting?
Yeah.
That's what you just, I don't understand.
Well, if I'd stayed and got further treatment from her, I might have not done the shooting.
Good. That also kind of tells me that you had money that you could have paid her to stay. You could have covered the sessions.
Yeah, I could have paid for it.
At the time, the thing you said to them, to her and Feinstein, were that you were no longer a student, so the sessions wouldn't be covered. My understanding is they said, we can find a way to deal with that. Did you ever, as far as you remember, think or mention that you could cover some sessions yourself?
That's true. They offered more sessions in the summer, but there would still be the problem of having therapy ended and then having no renewals for the drugs.
Do you really think that would have interfered with you getting prescriptions? Is that really what you think was?
Yeah, I think it
reason
would
that
have
you couldn't
stopped
continue?
the prescriptions.
That's not what they were telling you, though, was it? They were telling you that they could continue the prescriptions and continue the visits.
Up until the insurance was out.
And you had lots of money in the bank.
Right.
And your folks had money.
Yeah.
You stopped. You decided to stop seeing them. And left at that point and said goodbye, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to move to something else that won't take very long, but is there anything that, I guess particularly the attorneys have said that you really should let me know that I haven't asked about or you haven't thought to mention?
No, they just said, be yourself.
Okay. Can you think of anything that I ought to be asking about, but I'm not asking about?
No.
Anything that you'd like to share with me that you haven't shared with me?
Nope.
Okay. May I take your pulse again?
Okay.
Thank you. Now let me go to another area here. Promise it won't interfere with dinner.
Okay, good.
You talked about how depressed you'd been. You talked about the possibility that you had a mania of some sort.
Yeah.
You called it dysphoric mania.
Right.
Okay. I think we asked if you'd had other symptoms that you thought were associated with mania. Some of those that we might not have talked about was times when you didn't need sleep. You mentioned that you had difficulty sleeping.
Yeah.
Were there times when you didn't need to sleep more than 2 or 3 hours a night, 4 hours a night?
Not that I can remember.
Times when you went out and bought lots of things that you didn't need. Spending sprees, if you will. Major spending sprees.
Yeah, on all the weapons and armor and stuff.
You've described a purpose for those things.
Right, so I didn't need them.
Okay. It's not like they piled up in your apartment in unopened boxes or something. They serve their purpose, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Anything else that you spent a lot of money on in the 5 or 6 months of early 2012?
No, not really.
A lot of this we've already covered in the course of our chats, Thomas. You mentioned PTSD, and then you mentioned that you couldn't think of an event.
Which caused it? I think it's more chronic stress.
Sure. You've now had a very stressful event.
I don't think I have PTSD.
Okay, then that was my question.
Okay.
Are there times that you think a lot about the shootings?
Well, in
Even
court, they bring
In
it
court.
up.
How about when you're not in court? Sitting in jail, sitting here.
Well, the jail reminds me of the shootings as well.
Are there times when it comes back to you and vividly?
Kind of intrusive and vividly, yeah.
You said kind of intrusive, is that what you said?
Yeah, intrusive.
In those times when it comes back vividly, do you recall or experience things differently from what you just talked with me about?
No, I don't go through the whole shooting like that. I just kind of think about there was the shooting.
You think about it. And your thoughts when you think about it, in what way do you think about it? What is it? What's the effect of your thinking about it?
I don't know.
What effect does it have on you to think about it?
It has a kind of distraction, kind of a distracting effect.
Distracting?
So it distracts me from sitting alone in my cell.
Okay. Something to distract you. Any other effect it has on you?
No, I don't think so.
Distracting when you're sitting alone sounds a little like that might be a good effect, something that would pass the time for you, but I may be misunderstanding that. Am I misunderstanding?
It does pass the time, but I wouldn't say it was a positive thing.
Okay.
All right.
Your reaction when the thoughts come up then is what?
That I don't want them to come up.
Okay. What do they make you feel?
I don't know.
Sad, angry, disappointed, depressed, nervous, happy?
I guess they don't make me feel anything.
Okay. Are there times that they come back so vividly that it's almost like reliving?
Well, we're living them with those kind of chunks missing in the video.
At any time in your 2 years in jail, have they come back so vividly that you could hear or feel or see?
No.
Okay. Okay. I've seen a lot of your medical history and medical records from the past, but let me go through just a couple of things with that. Have you ever had a serious illness before?
No.
I'm aware that at one point you had mononucleosis.
I wouldn't consider that serious.
Okay.
Lots of people get it.
And we talked a little bit about that, I think, day before yesterday. You went to the hospital for it. You didn't even see a doctor for it after you came back to Colorado, right?
Right.
Okay. Ever have an illness that put you in the hospital?
Like ear infection when I was like a baby. But that, I don't know if that counts.
Okay. Any other illnesses that put you in the hospital?
No.
When you were a baby, ear infections or something else, do you know how long the longest time you were ever in the hospital was?
Just a normal visit's worth 3-4 hours.
Okay. As far as you know, not overnight or spending 2 weeks away from home in the hospital.
No.
Okay. Any surgeries at all?
Or wisdom teeth.
When did you have the wisdom teeth?
In high school, I believe.
Was that in office or in the hospital or where?
In the dentist's office.
Did they give you anesthesia or
Yeah, anesthesia and then painkillers for you.
put you to sleep?
Yep.
Any other surgeries you had?
No.
Tonsils, appendix?
Nope.
Okay. Anybody ever say that you had seizures or convulsions?
No.
Ever seen a neurologist before?
No, I don't think so.
You've had some medical exams in addition to the psychiatric, psychological exams. Within the medical exam, there are neurological tests.
Right.
As far as you know, those have never been particularly abnormal. Nobody's ever told you that they were abnormal.
The results, you mean?
Yes.
Well, they say it shows strong signs of depression and moderate psychotic symptoms.
And who is it that says that?
The person who gives me the test.
When did somebody tell you that?
Well, just earlier today, Dr. Gray said.
Okay. So he communicated that to you about some tests, about the test that you took?
The depression, at least, yeah.
Okay. How about the psychosis? Did he communicate that to you?
No, he didn't mention it.
Where did you get that?
From the last time they administered the test, I think he said that.
So someone talked with you about that as a result
Of the test.
of the psychological test. Okay. Okay. When the falling episode took place, you had lots of tests at the hospital.
I don't remember them.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't remember? You remember being at Denver Health at all?
Yes, yeah. I remember them putting me in an ambulance and sending me over.
But you don't remember particular tests or CAT scans or whatever they did there?
I remember them wheeling the cart over, but I don't remember having the test performed.
Okay. Any other childhood diseases that you remember having? Or that your mama said that you had or somebody told you you had?
Chicken
Serious?
pox, I think. Oh, serious? No.
Serious childhood disease?
Uh,
Your diet while you were playing the mission, May, June, July 2012. What was your diet like at that time?
frozen pizzas, spaghetti, rice, chuck roast, chicken.
Were those usually things that you cooked or
Yeah, things I could.
some were pre-prepared?
Frozen.
Frozen.
Yeah.
Did you actually cook some of them, like cook or roast?
I just baked and boiled some of them.
Okay. Any vegetables?
Mixed vegetables, soybeans, green beans, carrots, corn.
You're describing a fairly balanced diet. Is that
That's
reasonable?
what my diet was. Yeah.
reasonable to say? A lot of sweets?
No, not, I don't remember buying candy.
Lots of desserts, cake, donuts?
Donuts, yes, I would buy donuts.
How many donuts a day did James Holmes eat?
I was probably at one a day.
Okay. Did you smoke?
I tried it at the end. Cigarillos,
About when?
maybe like a week or 2 weeks before.
Did you regularly smoke anything?
No,
Tobacco, weed,
no,
any non-prescribed drugs?
no,
Meth,
no.
weed, anything? Okay. How about your caffeine intake?
Low, I would say, compared to most people these days.
And you know basically what we're talking about.
Coffee,
Regular coffee.
sodas.
Certain teas, energy drinks?
No, I didn't drink any.
Really?
No.
Even when you were preparing?
Nope. I drank some in undergraduate, but never in graduate school.
Okay. Coke, Mountain Dew?
Yeah.
How many Cokes or Mountain Dews, Dr. Peppers, the ones with caffeine in them, how many per day would you drink of those, roughly?
Well, I drink it out of the 2 liters, so maybe like a couple glasses.
Any homeopathic medications, over-the-counter stuff at the nutrition store, supplements kinds of things?
Just a daily vitamin.
Okay, daily vitamin. Anything else?
No.
You mentioned the depression and being concerned about that. St. John's wort, for example, is over-the-counter.
Never tried it.
Okay. Okay. I think we're at the end of my part for now.
All right.
I'm not certain what else is going to happen here, but I think we're at the end of my part. Any questions that you would like to ask me?
Nope.
Not a one.
No, we talked about a lot.
I'm sorry?
We talked about a lot already.
Yes, we have. Any questions about what my role, my job is? We talked about the first day, but we haven't talked about it since.
No.
Okay. All right. I will wish you what I wish everybody I talk with, and that's that I hope whatever happens is fair.
All right.
Okay. Thank you for spending time and working with me.
Okay.
Okay, and that was all of James Holmes' interview with psychiatrist, interview 3 of 5. We will be showing part 4 in a couple days. And I think with this interview, some of the, good things to point out would probably be his notebook, considering that's one of the top things that they focused on this interview, was the notebook that was mailed to the psychiatrist Lynn Fenton before the shooting. Reed questions Holmes about it, asking him why he wrote it, who he was expecting to read it, whether he wanted intervention, his plans leading to the attack, etc. Value units theory. This is one of the most discussed portions of the psychiatric interview. Holmes describes a belief system he developed in which people possess different amounts of value and that killing could theoretically transfer or increase value. Reed repeatedly probes about how serious Holmes believed this theory and whether it motivated the shooting. Court reporting later highlighted this as a major issue during the sanity phase of the trial. Holmes discusses experiencing violent thoughts for years before the attack. Reed attempts to distinguish intrusive thoughts, fantasies, delusions, intentional planning. A major question throughout the interview is whether Holmes felt compelled by these thoughts, whether he consciously chose to act on them. The interview continues examining acquisitions of weapons, research and preparation, apartment booby traps, timeline before July 20th, 2012. Reed appears focused on determining whether Holmes' actions demonstrate organized decision-making versus behavior driven entirely by psychosis. A reoccurring theme throughout all 5 interviews is Reed testing Holmes' awareness of consequences. Questions often circle back to: did Holmes know people would die? Did he understand the legal consequences? Did he recognize society viewed the acts as wrong? These issues become central because Reed ultimately testified that Holmes was mentally ill but still legally sane at the time of the shooting. During the interview, there was just so much that they talked about in this one, considering they went over his notebook and they went back to the value units theory that they discussed in the last episode. They talked about his violent, intrusive thoughts. They talked about planning, preparation, understanding right from wrong, all that good stuff. I mean, it's truly crazy. And the fact that he was forced on medication during the time of his trial and everything else is just really, impelling or compelling things to look at in this case. But that is all we have for you guys tonight. I think that I will try to gather maybe some of the court documents for the next episode. That way it will be a little bit less interview, maybe more commentary, but I'm not entirely sure how long the next couple interviews are going to be. I think that they are more than likely going to be lengthy as well. Like, I'm looking at the channel that has them, and interview 4 is 5 hours, interview 5 is 2. So we'll probably show all of 4 in one episode like we have been. And then for 5, I'll go through some of the court documents. We'll go through a refresher, and then we'll show the interview. That way we have a little bit more time. But I hope all of you guys have a wonderful night and stay safe. Make sure you drink water, stay hydrated, eat food. And I will see you guys next time. Bye.